Chapter 955. The Great Elder and the Second Elder of the Mo clan came in a menacing manner. First, they looked for Feng Pingsheng. Then, they named Chun Qingzong. Why are the two of you looking for Chun Qingzong? Feng Pingsheng asked in return. The expressions and tone of these two people gave him a bad feeling. This morning, Chun Qingzong found Family Mo's third elder. After he left, Family Mo's third elder died from a sword wound. The head elder said coldly. The first elder of the Mo clan said coldly. Feng Pingsheng's heart couldn't help but thump as his expression changed slightly. He subconsciously thought that the death of the third elder of the Mo clan was caused by Chun Qingzong. After all, even Zhao Zhongxing, who was at the 8th layer of the Foundation Realm, was easily killed by Chun Qingzong. Killing Family Mo's third elder, who was at the 9th layer of the Foundation Realm, was not impossible. The two of you, Chun Qingzong, is only at the 6th layer of the Foundation Realm. How could he kill Family Mo's third elder? Feng Pingsheng's words were different for what he thought. A mere 6th layer of the Foundation Realm is naturally not a match for Family Mo's third elder. But what if someone else snuck in? Family Mo's second elder gloomily stared at Feng Pingsheng. His voice was cold and sharp, but there was a hidden meaning. Second elder Mo, are you questioning me? Feng Pingsheng sneered. His eyes were as sharp as swords, causing Family Mo's second elder's heart to skip a beat. Feng Pingsheng was known as the #1 expert in Qinglin City. In the entire family Mo, aside from the ancestor, who was in closed-door cultivation, only the family head could contend with him. He was not a match for Feng Pingsheng. However, he couldn't lose Family Mo's reputation. The second elder faked a smile, and his eyes were dark. I didn't say that. Although he said that, the doubt in his voice was even more obvious. Feng Pingsheng was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Was he supposed to draw his sword and kill him? That was not a difficult task. The problem was how to deal with the aftermath after killing him. Start a war with Family Mo? No, Seven Swords Towers wasn't prepared for this either. He was the master of the #1 sword tower, and every move he made had great implications. He had to consider the entire 7 Swords Towers. Tower Lord Feng, there's no point in arguing. We'll know once we ask, that Chun Qingzong, Family Mo's first elder said in a low voice. Feng Pingsheng pondered for a while. He was also very curious, so he sent someone to invite Chun Qingzong over. Chun Qingzong, let me ask you, did you go to Family Mo this morning to look for my Family Mo's third elder? Family Mo's second elder saw Chun Zong arrive and immediately stood up. His cold eyes stared fiercely at Chun Zong. I killed Mo Jihong, Chun Zong said. Feng Pingsheng was stunned. Family Mo's first elder and second elder were also stunned. For most people, even if they killed someone, they would deny it unless they had concrete evidence. Nobody was like Chun Zong, who directly admitted to it without even asking any questions. How arrogant was that? Feng Pingsheng couldn't help but feel anxious. Even if it was true, he shouldn't admit it so directly. Family Mo's first elder and second elder were stunned. Then their expressions turned cold. What grudge do you have with Family Mo's third elder that you want to kill him? Grand Elder Mo said in a low voice. Mo Jihong instigated Shang Zhonglei to challenge my father and cause my father's death. As a son, I have to avenge him, Chun Zong said calmly. Every word was sonorous and powerful, like the clashing of swords. Avenging one's father was the natural order of things. Mo Jihong was Family Mo's third elder and my younger brother. You killed my younger brother, so should I kill you too? Second elder Mo said sternly. His eyes were sharp and cold, like an eagle watching a wolf. His overbearing aura was incomparably fierce as it rushed towards Chun Zong. If that's the case, let's settle this with our swords. Chun Zong was even more direct. Killing Mo Jihong was to avenge Chun Zhenghong. As for Family Mo, Chun Zong didn't intend to be enemies with them. However, if Family Mo wanted to avenge Mo Jihong, Chun Zong wouldn't be able to control them. Regardless of whether they were enemies or not, Chun Zong wasn't afraid. He would take it all on. Fine. Family Mo's second elder's voice became colder and colder. He thought it would take a while to come up with a solution, but he didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant and direct. He could save time and kill him directly to avenge his younger brother, Mo Jihong, and strengthen Family Mo's reputation. It was killing two birds with one stone. Zhong spoke too quickly. Feng Pingsheng didn't have time to stop him. What was said couldn't be taken back. Although Feng Pingsheng wasn't happy with Zhong, he knew the severity of the situation. He decided that if Zhong couldn't defeat the other party, he would save him. This was for the sake of the late Zhengjinghong. Grand Elder Mo didn't have any reaction to Second Elder Mo's decision. Die! Second Elder Mo bent his fingers into a claw. A cold blue light condensed on his fingers, and a sharp aura swept out. Vaguely, there was a sharp sound. As Second Elder Mo leaped up, the air swept out like a gust of wind. It was as if an eagle was swooping down. The terrifying chi was sharp, fast, fierce, and full of murderous intent. Feng Pingsheng couldn't help but place his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at any time. Family Mo's Grand Elder stared at Feng Pingsheng. His true chi rushed through his meridians, ready to intercept at any time. Although he wasn't Feng Pingsheng's opponent, he could withstand a few moves. It was enough for Second Elder to kill this person and avenge Third Elder. Second Elder Mo used Heavenly Eagle Claw to attack. He was full of murderous intent and showed no mercy. He wanted to tear Zhong's body apart. Zhong seemed to be frightened and didn't move. Little did he know, Second Elder Mo's every move was clearly seen by Zhong. Even if Heavenly Eagle Claw was cultivated to the trance realm, it couldn't completely eliminate the flaws. In Zhong's eyes, everything was clear. When the sword came out, the flying swan appeared. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see a white bird flapping its wings as it flew over from the horizon. Its posture was light, and its trajectory was light. It vaguely matched the sky, like a fairy of the heavens. It was clearly right in front of them, but it was difficult to capture its trace. Nature, freedom, following one's heart, flying swan insignificant. This was the lightest and most flexible sword move of the flying swan sword art. Under martial intent, it was like a fairy. The eagle swooped down, the flying swan insignificant. The sword couldn't be seen, only a flash of sword light. Sheathing the sword, a scream followed. Second Elder Mo's left arm was cut off at the shoulder. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Second Elder, Grand Elder Mo, was shocked. He rushed over and pointed a finger at Second Elder's left shoulder to stop the blood spurting out. He quickly took out a pill and crushed it into powder and sprinkled it on the wound. Not only could it stop the bleeding, but it could also preserve the vitality of the meridians and flesh in the wound. After doing all this, Grand Elder Mo picked up the severed arm on the ground and glared fiercely at Zhong. Then he quickly left with Second Elder Mo. If they were faster, the severed arm could be reattached. If they were lucky, they could return to normal. If they were unlucky, then they would be somewhat inferior, but it was still better than losing an arm. Coming menacingly and leaving in a panic, this was the portrayal of the two family Mo elders. That sword move just now was a martial intent. Feng Pingsheng's eyes shone brightly, his voice trembling as he spoke. Martial arts realms were divided into small success and large success, transcendence and perfection was the peak. This was also known to low-level cultivators. Feng Pingsheng had been cultivating for many years. Although he hadn't been able to break through to the transcendent realm, his knowledge and experience were not something low-level cultivators could compare with. However, even though he had cultivated his sword skills for many years, he had only reached the transcendent realm and had yet to reach the perfection realm. His martial intent was even further away. He had only seen it once many years ago, and it was an unforgettable memory. Zhong nodded, and Feng Pingsheng became even more excited. Martial intent. He had practiced the sword for many years and had yet to reach the transcendent realm. But a 15-year-old boy had cultivated his sword skills to the perfection realm and comprehended a martial intent. There was no comparison at all. He couldn't help but feel a great blow. Fortunately, Feng Pingsheng had practiced the sword for many years, and his will was firm, so he quickly adjusted himself. Qin Zong, you killed Family Mo's third elder, and now you cut off the arm of Family Mo's second elder. I'm afraid Family Mo won't let this go. Feng Pingsheng suppressed his inner thoughts and changed the subject. Originally, I could have killed Family Mo's second elder. Chun Zong smiled faintly and said, if Family Mo doesn't appreciate my kindness, then I won't show any mercy. This time, Chun Zong didn't kill Family Mo's second elder because he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for the Seven Swords Towers. After all, he would soon leave the Seven Swords Towers. Cutting off the other's arm was not only a mercy, but also a warning. If Family Mo didn't let this go, then his sword would be stained with blood. Feng Pingsheng could see that Chun Qingzong was a decisive person. He acted according to his principles and had a strong will. Most of Family Mo's people are nothing to worry about. Only that Family Mo's old ancestor, who has been in seclusion for 10 years. Feng Pingsheng's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. Even though he was known as Qinglin City's #1 expert, Family Mo's old ancestor who had been in seclusion for 10 years, if he was still alive, then his strength would be above his own. Transcendent? Chun Zong asked rhetorically. 10 years ago, he was still in the Foundation establishment realm. Now that he has been in seclusion for 10 years, I'm not sure, but there's an 80 to 90% chance that he hasn't broken through to the Transcendent realm. Feng Pingsheng thought for a moment and made a conjecture based on all the signs. But even if he isn't a Transcendent, he's at least a half-step Transcendent. His true Qi has transformed into Spirit Qi, and his strength is terrifying. In the past few days, Chun Zong had gained a better understanding of this world's cultivation. Between the Foundation Establishment Realm and the Transcendent Realm, there was a half-step Transcendent Realm. According to the division of levels, it was equivalent to Blue Wave's world's pseudo-transcendent realm, but its strength was much stronger than a pseudo-transcendent realm. After all, there was a huge gap between the two worlds. The people of this world had a better physique, a better cultivation environment, and a more complete cultivation path. Uncle Feng, when this matter is over, I will leave with my sister. Please choose someone else for the position of Master of the Seven Swords Towers. Chun Zong said, You're leaving? Feng Pingsheng couldn't help but be startled and quickly asked. Soon after, he also reacted. Chun Qingzong was a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. With the strength and talent he had shown so far, he was definitely not comparable to an ordinary disciple. He should be highly valued in the sect. Becoming one of the masters of the Seven Swords Towers was not bad, but how could it compare to being a valued disciple of the sect? One had to know that the Blue Cloud sect was a 4-star force with many half-step Transcendent Realm Masters and even more Transcendent Realm Masters. On the other hand, the Seven Swords Towers was only a 2-star force. They didn't even have a half-step Transcendent Realm Master, let alone a Transcendent Realm Master. Moreover, in terms of cultivation inheritance, the Seven Swords Towers was far inferior to the Blue Cloud sect. In the Seven Swords Towers, the highest level of martial arts was only common grade high rank. Chapter 956. In Family Mo, the atmosphere was cold and solemn. How is the second elder? The head of Family Mo asked in a serious tone. Fortunately, I did not fail my mission. The broken arm has been reattached, but for the next year, the left arm must not be used excessively. The old man with the goatee bowed slightly. Thank you for your hard work. The head of Family Mo gave the old man the respect he deserved. It's my duty. I'll take my leave first. The old man with the goatee turned and left. Great elder. Are you sure Feng Pingsheng did not make a move, and the one who did was only Chun Jinghong's son? The head of Family Mo looked at the great elder, his tone serious. I don't want to admit it either. The great elder of Family Mo's face was full of bitterness. Now that he thought about it, he felt a sense of horror. A mere 15-year-old boy was able to cut off the second elder's arm in one strike, and that was when the second elder used all of his Qi to activate the Heavenly Eagle Claw. Family head, Chun Qingzong used the Flying Swan Sword technique. It gave me the feeling that it was much more exquisite than Chun Jinghong's, as if as if it was beyond the Ruhua level. Beyond the Ruhua level? The head of family MO was shocked. Beyond the Ruhua level, what kind of concept was that? He was very clear. Martial intent. In the entire Qinglin city, even the #1 swordsman of Qinglin city, Chen Jinghong, or the #1 expert of Qinglin city, Feng Pingsheng, had not been able to cultivate the sword technique to the martial intent level, let alone a mere 15-year-old boy. However, this boy was able to kill the third elder and cut off the second elder's arm in one strike. Even if he personally attacked, he might not be able to defeat him. The head of family MO couldn't help but ponder. Family head, this boy has such amazing strength at such a young age. If he is given more time, he will most likely step into the transcendent level. The great elder said in a low voice, "We can't do it, but we can let others do it." "You mean?" The head of family Mo's heart skipped a beat. Chen Xingzong killed third elder because third elder instigated Shang Zhonglei to challenge Chen Zhenghong. In the end, third elder killed Chen Zhenghong. Third elder wanted revenge, and Shang Zhonglei couldn't get away with it. The first elder said in a low voice, "We should pass this news to Shang Zhonglei. Given his temperament, he will most likely personally deal with this threat as soon as possible." "All right, send this news to Shang Zhonglei," the head of family MO said decisively. Since this person had become a threat, unless family MO mobilized a large number of experts, they might not be able to take him down in a one-on-one fight. It would be better to use someone else's sword to kill him. The Taigang sect was a 3-star power, and its sect was located outside of Azure Forest City. It was around 600 kilometers away, and if one were to ride at top speed, one would be able to arrive there within a day. You use too much strength in that strike. Remember to use 70% of your strength and 30% of your strength when you strike. Only then will you be able to use it freely. The Iron Mountain Sword, Shang Zhonglei, was currently teaching his new disciple, Mo Zuan, how to use the sword. Mo Zuan was the only son of family Mo's third elder, Mo Jihong. For family Mo, the more outstanding members of the younger generation would often be arranged to enter the sect to cultivate. This was because the path of cultivation within the sect was more complete, and it was easier for experts to emerge. This way, the family's reputation could be further strengthened, and the family's legacy would continue to be passed down. Mo Ziyuan's talent was considered decent among the younger generation of Azure Forest City. Thus, Mo Jihong used some connections to finally become Shang Zhonglei's disciple to learn the sword. Other than becoming a disciple and learning from him, it was also to rope in an expert for family Mo. Soon, a letter was delivered to Shang Zhonglei. Shang Zhonglei told Mo Ziyuan to practice the sword by himself and took out the letter to read. As he read, his brows furrowed. Chen Jinghong's son, Blue Cloud sect's disciple. Shang Zhonglei muttered to himself, and his heart became more and more serious. The first two weren't much, but the key was that Chen Qingzong had killed family Mo's third elder and even cut off the arm of family Mo's second elder. Chen Qingzong was only 15 years old. The Tai Gang sect was different from family Mo. The difference was not only in the level of power, but also in the fact that the Tai Gang sect was a sect, so their inheritance was different. This was why Shang Zhonglei knew this better. At the age of 15, he was able to seriously injure or even kill a 9th-layer Foundation Realm cultivator. How terrifying was that? It was impossible to find such a disciple in the entire Tai Gang sect. Even if the Blue Cloud sect was stronger than the Tai Gang sect, such a genius would still be very rare and highly valued. If such a genius was given enough time to grow, he would be very terrifying, and Chen Qingzong might find him for revenge. Shang Zhonglei secretly said, "I have to find a reason to kill him as soon as possible." It was okay to kill him directly, but who knew if the Blue Cloud sect would stand up for him? This had to be considered. Therefore, he had to kill him, but he had to find a legitimate reason so that the Blue Cloud sect would not deal with him due to morality. For example, if Chen Qingzong took the initiative to attack him but was killed by him. Although this method is feasible, Chen Qingzong might not be that fast. Perhaps he will wait until he is stronger before making a move. Shang Zhonglei secretly thought to himself. Although he was burly, he had a meticulous mind and considered all kinds of situations. He was very clear about his own strength, and unless he encountered a great fortuitous encounter, it would be difficult for him to improve much. Shortly after, Shang Zhonglei looked at Mo Zuan, and a thought quietly appeared in his mind. Fast horses galloped on the official road, the sound of galloping hooves and dust flying everywhere. Mo Zuan carried a long sword on his back, his expression cold and his eyes full of killing intent. He wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly into Qinglin City to kill Chun Qingzong with his own hands. Soon, Mo Zuan entered the city and headed directly to the Seven Swords Towers. The Seven Swords Towers. Chun Qingzong, get the hell out here. Mo Zuan drew his sword and pointed at the Seven Swords Towers as he roared. The people of the Seven Swords Towers naturally wouldn't let him do as he pleased and immediately stopped him. Back off. Chun Qingzong, dressed in green, walked over. His calm gaze fell on Mo Zuan's face, as if he could see through Mo Zuan's mind. Mo Zuan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and his burning, killing intent weakened a bit. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? My name is Mo Zuan. My father is Mo Jihong. Mo Zuan's eyes were red and filled with killing intent. You were despicable and killed my father. Today, I will avenge my father. Chunzong suddenly understood. So he was Mo Jihong's son, so it was normal for him to seek revenge. However, the family Mo actually allowed him to seek revenge. Could it be that he wasn't liked by the family Mo? Leave now, and you can live, Chunzong said calmly. Die! With a roar, Mo unsheathed the long sword on his back. He gripped it tightly with one hand. An iron-colored true qi with a cold and ancient aura condensed on the long sword. He viciously slashed down as if he could split a mountain. Mo Zuan was 17 years old, and his cultivation was at the late stage of the 5th layer of the foundation building realm, which was not bad. He used his full strength and didn't hold back. He wanted to split Chunzong's sword in half. Although I don't know why the family Mo allowed you to seek revenge, you can't do it again, Chunzong thought to himself. His body swayed slightly, and his footsteps were extremely mysterious as he passed by Mo Zuan. There seemed to be a flash of light, but it was like an illusion. Mo Zuan slashed down with his sword, but he felt his body stiffen and couldn't move. His strength was quickly draining away, and a sharp pain spread from his chest. He fell to the ground and died. Blood flowed out from his chest and covered the ground. Even the 9th layer of the foundation building realm Mo Jihong wasn't Chunzong's match, let alone a mere 5th layer Mo Zuan. If Mo Zuan hadn't come to seek revenge, Chunzong wouldn't have gone to look for him and would have directly ignored him. However, since Mo Zuan had come to seek revenge and attacked ruthlessly, Chunzong naturally wouldn't let him leave. He had already shown mercy to the family Mo once, and there wouldn't be a second time. Send the body back to the family Mo, Chunzong ordered. The people of the Seven Swords Towers would take care of this matter. Seeing Mo Zuan's body, the family Mo was shocked. In particular, the second elder of the family Mo was very sad. As a result, the third elder's line was cut off. Family Mo's head angrily said, "Speak, what happened?" Someone immediately recounted what had happened. When they heard that it was Mo Zuan who recklessly came to seek revenge and took the initiative to draw his sword and was killed, the Mo clan felt their chests tighten, as if they'd been ruthlessly punched. Wasn't Zuan studying at the Taiging sect? Why would he come to the Seven Swords Towers to seek revenge? The second elder's voice was hoarse. "Disciple, my good disciple." A sorrowful roar sounded. Shang Zhonglei had arrived at some point and was beating his chest and stamping his feet. "It's all my fault, all my fault. I accidentally let Ziyuan read your letter. I didn't pay attention and allowed Ziyuan to leave to seek revenge. If I had kept a close eye on him, this wouldn't have happened." Family Mo's had suppressed his voice and said, "Elder Shang, my condolences." His heart was filled with grievances. He could tell whether Shang Zhonglei was faking it or revealing his true feelings. He could also vaguely guess that the reason Mo Ziyuan had rushed to the Seven Swords Towers to seek revenge was related to Shang Zhonglei. Perhaps Shang Zhonglei had instigated him to do so. However, he couldn't directly say it. He had to pretend to comfort Mo Ziyuan, which made him want to vomit blood. "Don't worry, disciple. I will definitely avenge you," Shang Zhonglei said angrily and murderously. Then, he looked at Family Mo's head. "Family Mo, please help me send a challenge letter to Qin Qingzong. We will fight at Qinglin Terrace tomorrow at noon." "All right." Family Mo's head stared deeply at Shang Zhonglei. He was finally sure that Shang Zhonglei was the one who instigated Mo Ziyuan to seek out Qin Qingzong. As a head of a family, how could he control such a large family if he wasn't shrewd and scheming enough? Therefore, after combining Shang Zhonglei's behavior and temperament, he was certain. As for why Shang Zhonglei would do such a thing, Family Mo's head thought for a while before coming to a conclusion. However, Mo Ziyuan was already dead. Investigating who was responsible would only destroy the relationship between Family Mo and Taigang sect. This would undoubtedly be disadvantageous to Family Mo. Moreover, they had a common enemy, so they could only accept this loss. Soon, someone sent the challenge letter to the Seven Swords Towers and handed it to Chunzong. Iron Mountain Sword, Shang Zhonglei. After reading the challenge letter, Chunzong sneered. In terms of shrewdness and scheming, Chunzong naturally wasn't as deep as them. However, his soul was strong and his mind sharp. After thinking for a while, he immediately analyzed Shang Zhonglei's thoughts. After all, Chunzong wasn't really a brat. He had accumulated a lot of experience from the previous world, which was extraordinary. Chapter 9:57. The Emerald Forest Terrace was located in the center of Emerald Forest City. It was a square platform with a radius of 10 miles around it. There was nothing there, but at this moment, many people were gathering here from all directions. "Family Head Lin, you're here too. Today is the battle between Chun Jinghong's son and the Iron Mountain Sword. How can I not come? What does this Chun Jinghong's son have? He actually dares to fight with the Iron Mountain Sword. I heard that Qin Jinghong's son is a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. He's extremely talented and powerful. Not long ago, he broke into Family Mo's mansion with only a sword and killed the Family Mo's third elder. I wonder if it's true." There were more than a dozen one-star forces in Emerald Forest City. They were either families or gangs. After hearing the news, they all gathered here and started to discuss among themselves. "Move aside. Get lost." A rude and unreasonable voice rang out, accompanied by a ferocious aura that made people feel stifled. "It's the Black Tiger Gang. Quiet." The Black Tiger Gang was one of the 3 two-star forces in Emerald Forest City. As a gang with the name Black Tiger, one could imagine how rude and unreasonable they were. Only Family Mo and Seven Swords Towers could compete with them. Qin Jinghong was killed by the Iron Mountain Sword. Now, his son is planning to avenge his father. It's just a waste of a life. The deputy leader of the Black Tiger Gang said loudly. He had a conflict with Chun Jinghong and was slashed by the sword. He held a grudge and belittled Chun Jinghong everywhere. At this moment, a group of people from Family Mo arrived. Family Mo's family head elder, second elder, and fourth elder were all present. Other than that, there are also some Family Mo disciples. Iron Mountain Sword, Shang Zhonglei. Last time, he killed Qin Jinghong on this stage. This time, he's going to kill Chun Jinghong's son on this stage. Shang Zhonglei's body was tall and sturdy. His broad shoulders filled his brown robe. The thick sword hilt protruded from his left shoulder. It was extraordinary. At the same time, the people from Seven Swords Towers arrived one after another. The 7 lords of the Sword Tower were all present. Such a display of extravagance instantly caused everyone to be extremely astonished. However, everyone's gazes all landed on the azure-clothed youngster. His face was young, and he looked to be no more than 15 or 16 years old. However, his expression was calm, His eyes were peaceful, and he was calm and composed. He did not have the temperament of a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Instead, he was like an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Only he could have such a state of mind. "This kid is not simple," the leader of the Black Tiger Gang said seriously, deliberately mystifying things. The deputy leader of the Black Tiger Gang coldly snorted. He just didn't like Chun Zhonghong's son. Shang Zhonglei stared fiercely at Chun Zhong with his fierce eyes. The enormous pressure was pressing down on him through the sky, but Chun Zhong didn't seem to feel it. With a leap, Shang Zhonglei fell like a huge rock and landed heavily on the Azure Forest Terrace. The Azure Forest Terrace shook as if it was about to collapse. "Chun Qingzong, that day, your father Chun Zhonghong and I had a sword duel. It was reasonable for there to be a winner and a loser. However, you used this as a reason to kill an innocent person, Family Mo's third elder. You even mercilessly killed the only son of Family Mo's third elder, my good disciple, when he came to find you. You are insane. Today I will seek justice for Family Mo's third elder and my disciple." Shang Zhonglei exhaled and spoke with a thunderous voice. His aura was forceful and oppressive. Not only did he want to suppress Chun Zhong in terms of aura, he also wanted to gain the upper hand in terms of words. "You know best what the truth is." Chun Zhong's body leaped lightly. He was as nimble as an ape and landed silently. Facing Shang Zhonglei's pressure, his expression didn't change at all. He said calmly, "Words are useless. You and I are both sword cultivators. As sword cultivators, right and wrong are decided by the sword. What a good sword cultivator." Many people's eyes lit up and secretly cheered. Shang Zhonglei's expression froze. Originally, he wanted to use words to weaken his opponent's aura so that he could gain the upper hand. As long as his opponent followed his train of thought and argued, his aura would weaken. He didn't expect his opponent to not play by the rules. For example, when he wanted to have a verbal duel, his opponent directly challenged him to a physical duel. "All right, if that's the case, then let's talk with our swords." Shang Zhonglei immediately adjusted. His expression was cold, and his eyes shone brightly. "You have to understand that in this duel, I want to avenge my good disciple. I will not show any mercy. If you are afraid, you can admit defeat now. As long as you kowtow 3 times in front of my disciple's grave, I will forgive you." Even now, Shang Zhonglei was still using words to suppress Chun Zhong. Chun Zhong didn't speak. His right hand landed on the sword hilt, and he slowly pulled out the white greatsword. The sword light rippled like water. When the long sword was pulled out of its sheath, traces of coldness spread across the Azure Forest platform. "That day, your father used this white greatsword to fight me and lost. This is the sword of the loser, so you will lose without a doubt." Shang Zhonglei roared, and the sword on his back suddenly leaped out. He raised his broad palm and clenched it, and took the opportunity to chop down with the sword. This sword was fierce, and the thick blade compressed the air in front of it. It turned into a violent crescent moon sword energy that slashed out. The white great sword gently flicked, and the violent sword energy shattered. It passed by Chun Zhong. Stepping forward, Chun Zhong closed in on Shang Zhonglei, and an invisible aura quietly gathered. Shang Zhonglei's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th layer of the Foundation Realm. He was much stronger than Family Mo's 3rd and 2nd elders, so he was worth paying attention to. Shang Zhonglei wasn't disappointed that his first strike didn't work. He had just casually swung his sword. Slash! With a roar like a tiger, Shang Zhonglei slashed out a second time. Black true chi surged into the large sword in his hand. The sword light was dark and deep like it was made of fine iron. The shocking sword light slashed down as if it could split a mountain. What was even more shocking was that it wasn't just one strike, but 3 strikes in a row. Each strike was fierce and deadly. The shocking sword pressure repelled the air and rushed to the left and right. Sword marks were left on the hard Azure Forest platform that quickly spread. After 3 sword strikes, Shang Zhonglei didn't show any signs of stopping. Instead, he took a step forward and, with his right foot as the axis, his body suddenly spun. The broad and thick sword immediately rolled up a terrible sword storm and blasted towards Chunzong as if it was going to destroy the world. From the beginning, he had used words to suppress Chunzong and then attacked mercilessly. All of this showed how ruthless Shang Zhonglei was. The Fei Hong sword technique is even weaker than my Iron Mountain sword technique. What do you have to compete with me? Shang Zhonglei's loud shout was shocking, and it was like a rolling wave that shook the surroundings. Shang Zhonglei's figure suddenly leaped up, and he held a broad and thick greatsword with both hands. He was like a black iron meteorite that shot down, and because of the friction with the air around him, a myriad of sparks burst forth. Swift, fierce, violent, and destructive. The leaders of the Seven Swords Towers couldn't help but tighten their grip on the hilts of their swords. Lu Qingyi was even more anxious. Shang Zhonglei's attacks were too terrifying. If it were them, no one except for Feng Pingsheng would be able to withstand it. He's dead. On the side of family Mo, the family Mo patriarch and elders couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Everyone else was shocked. This kind of attack was too terrifying. The Iron Mountain sword Shang Zhonglei was not only unique in defense, but also in attack. What a pity. Chen Zhenghong is a short-lived ghost, and so is his son. Although the deputy leader of the Black Tiger Gang said it was a pity, his tone was full of schadenfreude. Since that's the case, I'll use this sword technique to kill you. A calm voice came from the violent attack. It was neither slow nor fast, neither sad nor happy. It was as if it was telling a fact. Immediately, everyone saw the three sword lights shatter. They saw the violent storm of swords being torn apart. They saw a white sword light shoot up into the sky. It was swift, light, graceful, yet incomparably sharp and agile. It wasn't a sword, nor was it light, but a white bird. It flapped its wings and streaked across the sky in the most graceful manner, leaving behind an indelible mark. This sword stunned the sky, stunned the world, and stunned the eyes and hearts of all the spectators. What kind of sword technique is this? Shang Zhonglei, who was shot down from the sky, was extremely shocked. He quickly changed his attack to defense. The large sword completely covered his body. It was impenetrable. The Iron Mountain sword technique was originally a sword technique that focused on defense. Shang Zhonglei had cultivated it to the peak of trance stage, and its power was amazing. Last time, Chen Jinghong had spent a lot of effort to break it, but a wave of panic emerged in Shang Zhonglei's heart. He had a feeling that his defense couldn't block the sword. The violent roar shook the world. True Qi burst out of his body. Shang Zhonglei's face turned gray, and a trace of iron-black aura spread out from his body. True Qi burst out beyond the limit. Sword technique burst out beyond the limit. In order to block this sword, in order to survive, the white mist technique was pushed to the extreme. White mist True Qi filled his body and then poured into the white Hong sword. The seventh level of the white mist technique had an incomparably pure white mist true energy and the soaring swan sword art that was beneath a martial intent. Not only that, but he also had an amazing perception and awareness. With his spiritual sense stimulating his body's potential, he was able to instantly erupt. This allowed Chun Zong to easily grasp his opponent's flaws. His speed had reached the pinnacle, and his sword had instantly arrived. The speed was too fast. Everyone only had time to see a touch of black and a touch of white cross in the air before they both fell to the ground. The white light fell silently to the ground. The white Hong sword slowly returned to its sheath. The black light was heavy, and when it landed, it made a loud sound like a drum. The Azure Forest platform couldn't help but shake. Immediately, the black figure fell forward. Blood flowed out from his throat and dyed the surroundings red. In an instant, there was silence. Below the Azure Forest platform, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Dead. The Iron Mountain sword Shang Zhonglei, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, had actually died. Moreover, he was killed by a 15-year-old boy. This was simply impossible. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I'm afraid there will be one more blazing sun in Dongchun. Someone muttered to himself in a daze. Good, good. Lu Qingyi reacted and laughed wildly. There were tears in the corners of his eyes. Zheng Hong, did you see that? Your son has avenged you. The green has surpassed the master. The green has surpassed the master. It was the Azure Force platform. Lu Qingyi's laughter echoed around the platform, making everyone panic. Family Mo's side was livid. They hated him to the extreme, but there was a kind of fear in their hearts. Feng Pingsheng and the others had complicated feelings. If the Taiging sect wants revenge, come find me. Chen Zong's voice sounded. Immediately, his cold gaze swept toward the Black Tiger gang. Just now, you insulted my father and me many times. This sword is your punishment. A beam of white sword light flew through the air like a white bird flapping its wings. Chapter 958. There were only two major events that happened in Qinglin City. The first was the battle between Chen Zhenghong and Shang Zhonglei. Regardless of the process, Chen Zhenghong was defeated and died. The second incident occurred at the Azure Forest Terrace. One side was still Shang Zhonglei, and the other side was Chen Zhenghong's son, Chen Qingzong. In everyone's imagination, Shang Zhonglei should have won. Yet unexpectedly, Shang Zhonglei was killed. As for the death of Family Mo's third elder, it was only incidental. Even Shang Zhonglei was no match for Chen Qingzong's sword, let alone the weaker Family Mo's third elder. In an instant, Chen Qingzong's name was remembered by all the forces in Qinglin City. He was listed as someone not to be provoked. A 15-year-old with such a high cultivation level that even Shang Zhonglei, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation realm, was no match for him. Such strength at such a young age meant that his talent and potential were shocking. Unless one could kill him in an instant, they would suffer endless revenge from him. Although there was a chance to kill him with a good plan, there was no guarantee that the Blue Cloud sect wouldn't come looking for them. Qinglin City was under the jurisdiction of the Blue Cloud sect, so no one could escape. Uncle Feng, Uncle Lu, building masters, I'll take my leave. Chen Qingzong clasped his hands together and cupped his hands. He spoke to the other 6 building masters of the 7 Swords Towers. A true dragon has to soar through the 9 heavens. The 7 Swords Towers is too shallow. Lu Qingyi sighed, but his face was filled with relief. He was almost 40 years old, but he had never married or had any children. His relationship with Chen Zhenghong was very good, so he attached great importance to Chen Zhenghong's children. Chen Qingzong's talent and strength had surpassed his master. Of course, he was overjoyed. If you're willing, I can even give you the position of first building master. Feng Pingsheng smiled and sighed. Unfortunately, the 7 Swords Towers is too shallow to raise a true dragon like you. Only the sect is your place. Qingzong, work hard on your cultivation. When you become famous in the future, we will have the right to brag about it. Another Sword Tower Lord teased. After a few words of farewell, Chen Zong and Chen Qingyao got into the carriage. The carriage was prepared by 7 Swords Towers. It looked simple on the outside, but the interior was quite luxurious. There were cushions and a bed, and it was very soft and comfortable. Chen Qingyao's physique had been weak since she was young, so she couldn't cultivate. Moreover, the journey from Qinglin City to Blue Flower City was long, at least 800 li. 800 miles was nothing for a cultivator like Chen Zong, but it was a long distance for an ordinary person. Therefore, it was important to have a comfortable carriage. Chen Zong didn't want his daughter to be tired. Chen Qingyao sat in the carriage while Chen Zong acted as the coachman. The journey began. When a true dragon appears, the world will be shocked. I have a premonition that there will be another blazing sun in the Dongchen region, a Sword Tower Lord exclaimed as he watched the carriage slowly depart. Which one of the blazing suns in the Dongchen region isn't talented and powerful? Qingzong has the potential to become a morning star, but whether he can be ranked as a blazing sun is still unknown. Yes, the 5 blazing suns in the Dongchen region haven't changed for many years. However, I heard that in recent years, many young geniuses with the potential to become morning stars have appeared. This carriage was meticulously assembled, and ordinary people couldn't afford to ride it. Therefore, it didn't sway significantly on the bumpy official road, and Chen Xinyao, who was sitting in the carriage, didn't feel any bumps. Chen Zong sat in front of the carriage, controlling the 3 horses while comprehending the Heart Sword Sutra. Including the Blue Waves world, Chen Zong had never encountered such a difficult cultivation method to comprehend. It was too mysterious, and every word and sentence contained endless mysteries. Delving into it would give rise to countless mysteries, and Chen Zong almost lost himself in it. But the more it was like this, the more Chen Zong's fighting spirit was stimulated. Chen Zong firmly believed that if he could comprehend even a little bit of the mysteries, it would bring him great benefits. Perhaps it would surpass everything else. When he was young, he was depressed and didn't succeed. Only after obtaining the Heart Sword Seal did he reverse the situation. He thought that the Heart Sword Seal was his greatest opportunity, but now it seemed that the greatest opportunity should be the Heart Sword Sutra. Of course, without the Heart Sword Seal, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Heart Sword Sutra. In short, the two were one and couldn't be separated. But no matter what, it belonged to him now. With such an opportunity, he naturally had to grasp it well. He didn't seek to follow the path of his predecessors, but he could use it as a reference to walk his own path. However, that was a bit far away. Right now, he had to cultivate well and increase his cultivation. Only when he had enough strength could he walk his own path. The sky was high and the ground was wide. The sun was high up in the sky, and the official road connected the north and the south. On this road, there were very few ordinary people. Most of them were cultivators. The weaker ones were at the 2nd or 3rd layer of the foundation realm, while the stronger ones were at the 7th, 8th, or even 9th layer of the foundation realm. The carriage couldn't go too fast, so they had to stop late at night to rest. In the previous world, Chen Zongfeng was used to sleeping outdoors, so it wasn't a big deal. However, Chen Xinyao rarely slept outside. Fortunately, she had a comfortable carriage and had prepared enough vegetables, fruits, meat, and so on, so she didn't go hungry. Under the night sky, the siblings chatted as they ate. Chen Xinyao knew that after going to Blue Flower City, her brother would leave. She didn't know when they would meet again, so she was very reluctant. Oh, not bad. There's a carriage and a little beauty. This uncle is tired, so come and massage this uncle's legs. 2 burly men walked down the official road in the middle of the night. They saw the carriage on the side of the road, and also saw Chen Zong and Chen Xinyao. However, they directly ignored Chen Zong. He was just a young brat. On the other hand, the woman looked beautiful and delicate. They couldn't wait to hug her and comfort her. Scram! Chen Zong was angry and his eyes were cold. Oh, you're quite arrogant. When your grandfather came out to mingle, you were still in some girl's stomach. Before he could finish his words, a beam of sword light flashed in front of his eyes. He couldn't finish his words because he was already dead. Chen Zong would never show mercy to people who insulted his family. Although Chen Xinyao was delicate and couldn't cultivate, her heart was very strong. She had seen many dead people, so she wasn't afraid. She didn't blame Chen Zong. In her heart, what her brother did was right. Sister, let's continue, Chen Zong said. He urged the horse, which had rested for nearly 2 hours, and the carriage started rolling again. After 2 days and 1 night, including the rest time, the carriage finally arrived at Blue Flower City. Blue Flower City didn't look much different from Qinglin City. The cities under the jurisdiction of the Blue Cloud sect all started with the word blue and had various names. There were flowers, plants, trees, and so on. Chen Zong knew from Chen Xingzong's memory that his mother's surname was Lin. She was a member of a small family in Blue Flower City and seemed to be the daughter of the Lin family's patriarch. Now, according to Chen Jinghong's will, he brought Chen Xinyao to the Lin family. Go this way. Chen Xinyao showed Chen Zong the way. She had come here several times with Chen Jinghong. The last time was a year ago, so she was familiar with the road. The old patriarch of the Lin family, who was also Chen Jinghong's father-in-law, was called Lin Yongfu. It was a very ordinary name, and he was also a very kind old man. He had retired, and his son, Lin Datong, had taken over the position of patriarch. Lin Datong was also Chun Zhenghong's brother-in-law. Chun Qingzong and Chun Qingyao had to call him uncle. The Lin clan was just a small, mediocre clan. There were only a dozen or so people in total. It was very simple. The arrival of Chun Qingzong and Chun Qingyao made the Lin family very happy. However, when they learned that Chun Jinghong had passed away, they couldn't help but feel sad. Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, aunt, my sister plans to stay here in the future. Sorry to trouble you. Qinzong also said very directly. Then he took out a wooden box. My father left some belongings in here. He asked me to give them to you. Of course, Chun Zhenghong didn't say so. However, Chunzong did so for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted the Lin family to have more money. Secondly, he wanted his sister to have a better life. As for Chun Qingyao, Chunzong naturally left some gold for her. It was the spoils of war he got after killing Shang Zhonglei. When the members of the Lin family saw that it was actually 100 taels of gold, their whole body trembled. To the Lin family, this was a huge amount of wealth. No matter what, they wouldn't accept it. However, Chunzong used Chun Jinghong's will as an excuse to convince the Lin family to accept it. In the Lin family, Chunzong could feel the warmth of family love. It was a long-lost family love. They didn't do it for the sake of the gold. It was their nature. In fact, it was also inseparable from Chun Zhenghong's frequent visits here. No matter how good the relationship was, it needed to be maintained. Otherwise, it would inevitably fade after a long time. It was the same for family love and friendship. After staying in the Lin family for a day and 2 nights, Chunzong asked to leave. The Lin family also knew that he was now a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect and had to report back to the sect. Therefore, although they were reluctant to part with him, they didn't force him to stay. Son, come back when you have time. This is your home. Lin Yongfu patted Chunzong's shoulder with tears in his eyes. Grandma held Chunzong's hand and didn't want to let go. Haha, good boy. Practice hard. Maybe there will be a real dragon in our Lin family. Lin Datong laughed. Of course, he didn't know Chunzong's ability. However, his words were also a kind of encouragement and expectation. Chunzong was included in the Lin family. After all, Chun Qingzong's mother was a member of the Lin family. Therefore, both Chun Qingzong and Chun Qingyao could be considered half a member of the Lin family. Now that Chun Jinghong was dead, the two of them didn't belong to anyone. It was not a big deal to be included in the Lin family. Chunzong didn't object to this. When Chun Qingzong's soul was merged, Chunzong said that his family was his family. It was reasonable. Brother, I will live a good life here. Don't worry. Come and see us when you have time. Chun Qingyao said, holding back her tears. I'm leaving. Chunzong's tone was a bit heavy. Life and death were the rules of human relations, but he had to go through them. Every time, it was so heart-wrenching, but he had to bear it. Boy, next time you come back, remember to bring me a few bottles of good wine. Lin Datong shouted at Chunzong's back. He loved wine, very much so. Last night, he drank more than 10 pounds of wine with Chunzong, but he didn't get drunk. Chapter 959. Recently, as spring and winter alternated, the weather was fluctuating between hot and cold. Sometimes it was sunny, and sometimes it was cloudy. It was the season where colds were common. Speaking of the 6 Dao's little boy, who was more than 2 years old this year, had already caught a cold 3 or 4 times this month. Speaking of this, the 6 Dao was worried. Once he caught a cold, he would cough, have a stuffy nose, and have a runny nose. He could not sleep well and could not go to kindergarten. He had successfully become the king of truancy in kindergarten. It was difficult to recover from a cold, so he had to see a doctor. There was a doctor here who specialized in treating children. He was very good, and his business was very good. Every time he went there, he would have to line up for 2 or 3 hours. After getting the medicine back home, it was a big problem to feed the naughty boy. He wondered if any of his brothers in the 6 Paths had ever fed medicine to a naughty child. It was something that made him speechless and angry at the same time. Every time it happened, the 6 Paths would feel exhausted. The cough syrup and anti-inflammatory medicine were not bad. They were sweet and could be eaten slowly. The main problem was the powder. After the sixth Tao took a small sip, it was extremely bitter and miserable. Every time he saw the powder, the little boy ran faster than a rabbit. As he ran, he repeatedly said, "Don't drink it, don't drink it." He could repeat it dozens or hundreds of times. Finally, when he was surrounded and had no way out, he would say, "Drink it yourself." Once he drank it himself, he would immediately pour the medicine away. There was no other way. One of them used a jujitsu to fix the little boy's body, and the other poured the medicine. Did you think this was the end? No, this was just the beginning. The medicine was poured down, but it all spurted out like a fountain. There was no other way. He had to change the way he poured it down his throat. Only then could he be considered to have eaten it. Was it over? Not yet. With a cry, he spat out everything, including the cough syrup and anti-inflammatory medicine. What do you think you should do when you meet such a teddy bear? It was not good to beat him or scold him. He felt like he was going to explode. Chapter 960. There was a song. Clear clouds fill the sky. Swords shine 10,000 li. This song referred to the Blue Cloud sect and was also the slogan of the Blue Cloud sect. One of the four great four-star powers in the Dongchun region, the sect was founded on the sword and ruled over tens of thousands of li of land. Chun Xingzong rushed straight to the Blue Cloud sect as all kinds of information about the Blue Cloud sect flashed through his mind. As one of the four great four-star powers in the Dongchun region, the Blue Cloud sect had a lot of people. Just the outer sect disciples alone numbered more than 1,000, and the inner sect disciples numbered more than 200. It had to be known that the Blue Cloud sect was a four-star power and would not casually recruit disciples. Without enough talent and potential, one would not be qualified to enter the Blue Cloud sect. Therefore, even if it was a relatively ordinary outer sect disciple in the Blue Cloud sect, when placed outside, he could still be regarded as one of the best among his peers. In the past, Chun Xingzong could only be considered above average among the 1,000 or so outer sect disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. After 3 years of hard work, he had finally reached the 6th level of the Foundation establishment realm. His next step was to rush into the top 10 outer sect disciples and make a name for himself in the sect competition. After that, he would become an inner sect disciple and soar up the ranks. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? Now, Chun Xingzong had become Chunzong. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Powerful forces would not set up their sect in the city. They would often choose to set up their sect in the mountains or valleys. These kinds of places had abundant origin energy and were not as noisy. It was more beneficial for cultivation. The peak where the Blue Cloud sect was located was called Blue Cloud Peak. It had the same name as the sect and was easy to remember. There were many other peaks around it. The sect was located on top of Blue Cloud Peak. It was made of green jade and had countless cloud patterns. It looked as if it could fly into the sky. There were 2 outer sect disciples standing on both sides of the peak. This was the face of the sect. Even in the Blue Waves world, every sect was like this. The difference was in cultivation and strength. Chun Xingzong. The 2 disciples guarding the gate were outer sect disciples and knew Chun Xingzong. After all, not long ago, Chun Xingzong had broken through to the 6th layer of the Foundation realm and had defeated his previous opponents. This had caused quite a stir. "You're back. Chao Tianxiong is waiting for you." The 2 outer sect disciples laughed. No matter how one looked at it, they seemed to be gloating. "Chao Tianxiong." Chunzong frowned slightly. Based on Chun Xingzong's memory, he remembered that Chao Tianxiong was the one who was defeated by Chun Xingzong in front of many people not long ago. Speaking of which, ever since Chun Xingzong entered the Blue Cloud sect 3 years ago, he had been bullied by Chao Tianxiong. Because of this, Chun Xingzong was able to work hard and change from his previous mischievous self. This was closely related to Chao Tianxiong's bullying. Chun Xingzong's first goal was to defeat Chao Tianxiong in front of everyone and return all the bullying he had done to him. He had finally achieved it not long ago. Chao Tianxiong has broken through. I advise you to turn around and leave to avoid being humiliated in front of everyone. One of the outer sect disciples seemed to have good intentions, but he was actually gloating. The competition within the sect was extremely cruel. After all, if one wanted to obtain more resources and even more attention from the upper echelons, they had to make themselves stand out. In order to stand out, other than making themselves more outstanding, they had to suppress others and make them fall behind. Before, Chao Tianxiong was at the early stage of the 6th layer of the Foundation Realm and was defeated by Chen Qingzong. Now that he had broken through, he should be at the mid-stage of the 6th layer of the Foundation Realm. Under normal circumstances, there was a big gap between the early and mid-stages. Chen Qingzong would have been very wary of this, but now there was nothing to worry about. Ignoring the 2 outer sect disciples who were rejoicing in his misfortune, Chen Zong strode past the green jade mountain gate and quickly ascended the stairs. He is really bold. Maybe his strength has increased again in the past few days. He just broke through to the early stage of the 6th layer of the Foundation Realm. No matter how much he has improved, it is impossible for him to reach the mid-stage. The 2 outer sect disciples looked at Chen Zong's back and spoke in a strange tone. There will be a good show to watch. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see it. From the gate to the Green Cloud martial practice platform, there were a total of 1,000 stairs. It was known as the Green Cloud martial practice platform. Chen Zong quickly ascended, but he also saw a figure rushing towards him like a storm. Dust and smoke billowed in the air as the figure charged towards Chen Zong. It was very fast, very fierce, and without any hesitation. At a glance, Chen Zong could clearly see the other party's appearance. It was a young man with a scar at the corner of his eye. His eyes were sharp and ruthless. With one look, one could tell that he was not someone easy to deal with. With a flash of memory, Chen Zong knew who the other party was. The 7th of the top 10 outer sect disciples, Yin Chong, who was known as the Yin Windblade. Yin Chong also saw Chen Zong. He didn't know him, but he was sure that he was an outer sect disciple. As long as the outer sect disciples weren't in the top 10, he didn't care. He directly rushed over. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to knock Chen Zong over. However, just as he was about to hit Chen Zong, the figure in front of him suddenly disappeared. This caused Yin Chong to stagger. It was as if he had punched cotton. The feeling of not being able to exert force was very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Yin Chong was skilled and stabilized his body in an instant. He turned around and saw Chen Zong's figure floating up the stairs. "I'll let you go this time. When I'm done, I'll deal with you." Yin Chong angrily turned around and ran down the mountain like the wind. Not long after, Chen Zong stepped onto the Qingyun martial arts practice platform. The Green Cloud martial arts practice platform was very large. At a glance, it was a huge square that could accommodate thousands of people at the same time without being crowded. A huge palace door stood at the end of the martial arts practice platform, and there were many paths that connected the martial arts practice platform to different places. Palaces stood at the end of each path, each performing its own function. Outer sect disciples had their own living quarters and activity areas, while inner sect disciples had their own living quarters and activity areas. This was one of the commonalities between the sects. Standing on the Qingyun martial arts practice platform, Chen Zong suddenly felt a little absent-minded. Unconsciously, he thought of the unhindered sword sect on the Chaotian island of the Blue Waves world. That should be the beginning of his journey to become a true expert. Now that time and space had changed, things and people had changed. Chen Zong's emotions only lasted for a moment before he came back to his senses. He followed one of the paths and walked towards the palace. The Clear Affairs Hall was a place that was specifically used to manage the affairs of the disciples. When one returned, they had to report. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the sect if they exceeded the time limit. It's Chen Qingzong. Chen Qingzong actually returned at this time. Now, there's a good show to watch. When the outer sect disciples saw Chen Zong, they were startled at first. Then, one after another, they laughed at his misfortune. Let's go and take a look. I remember that Chao Tianxiong just went to the Qingyun Hall. Immediately, a large group of people followed the path towards the Qingyun Hall. Before they reached the Qingyun Hall, A tall and sturdy youth with a large ringed saber on his back walked out of the Qingyan Hall. There were two people beside him. The founder of the Blue Cloud sect was a sword cultivator. His cultivation was high, and his swordsmanship was superb. The Blue Cloud sect was founded on the sword. However, this didn't mean that the Blue Cloud sect only had swordsmanship martial arts. It also didn't mean that the Blue Cloud sect was a sword sect. In fact, swordsmanship and swordsmanship were indeed the top choices of the Blue Cloud sect. However, there were also some people who weren't suitable for swordsmanship. Or rather, they weren't that passionate about swordsmanship. They preferred broadswords, palm techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, and so on. After all, in order to cultivate, one had to like it first. If one didn't like it, they wouldn't be able to approve of it from the bottom of their heart. Naturally, their cultivation would take twice the effort for half the result. In the end, it would be difficult to achieve anything. On the contrary, if one truly liked it from the bottom of their heart, they would be more invested and naturally be more efficient. Chao Tianxiong didn't like swordsmanship. He preferred the boldness and ferocity of broadswords. Suddenly, Chao Tianxiong's eyes widened. He stared ahead and locked his gaze on Chen Qingzong. Just in time, Chao Tianxiong grinned. Ever since his breakthrough 2 days ago, he had been determined to seek revenge on Chen Qingzong. He wanted to defeat him in front of everyone and humiliate him. However, he heard that Chen Qingzong had left. It seemed that he was going back to attend a funeral. He didn't expect to see him today. Chen Qingzong, you've come back from funeral. Did your father or mother die? Chao Tianxiong didn't hold back. He humiliated Chen Zong as he strode over. With a clench of his right hand, the ringed broadsword on his back suddenly bounced up. The 9 iron rings made an ear-piercing sound as the broadsword slashed straight at Chen Qingzong. Genuine qi surged, the wind from the broadsword whistled, and the light from the broadsword was fierce. It was as if the broadsword was going to split Chen Zong in half. Of course, even if Chao Tianxiong wanted to kill Chen Zong, he wouldn't dare to do it here. Although the Blue Cloud sect didn't forbid fights between disciples, it absolutely forbade killing, even if it was heavy-handed. Otherwise, if it was found out, the consequences would be very serious. The punishment hall of the Blue Cloud sect wasn't a place to be trifled with. Every one of them was ferocious. Chao Tianxiong wanted to teach Chen Qingzong a lesson. He wanted to defeat Chen Qingzong in front of so many people and humiliate him again. Therefore, although the broadsword looked fierce, he only used 70% of his strength. Chao Tianxiong believed that Chen Qingzong would be able to deal with it. Therefore, he had a backup plan. Chao Tianxiong had fought Chen Qingzong many times. He was very familiar with Chen Qingzong's fighting habits and knew how to deal with it better. However, he would never know that although the person in front of him was Chen Qingzong's body, his soul had changed. Brother Xiong is mighty. Chao Tianxiong's 2 followers immediately shouted. Those who were discerning could naturally see that Chao Tianxiong's broadsword was indeed very powerful. It was not only powerful, but also reserved 30% of his strength, so that he could change his moves later and be more flexible. Chen Qingzong is going to be miserable this time. I don't know how Chao Tianxiong will humiliate him. The fierce broadsword light slashed toward him. However, Chen Zong took a step forward, giving people the feeling that he was going to meet the blade himself. He was courting death. Just as everyone was exclaiming, they saw an incredible scene. It was as if an agile monkey had crossed with the broadsword light. Then a white sword light flashed in the air. The sword light was like a dream and disappeared in an instant. Chen Qingzong had already passed Chao Tianxiong and was walking toward the Pure Affairs Hall. Stop! Chao Tianxiong quickly turned around and shouted. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly. He felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. He reached out and touched it. A scarlet spot was shocking. Then, his hand became lighter and there was a harsh sound. The ringed broadsword was broken from the middle. The fracture was smooth. Chao Tianxiong's face turned pale. There was no doubt that this was done by Chen Qingzong. But when did Chen Qingzong have such terrifying strength? Chapter 9, 61. Big brother, you're so cool. The young man with a big mouth laughed exaggeratedly. Chunzong just smiled. The person in front of him was Chun Xingzong's good friend in the Blue Cloud sect's outer sect area. He entered the sect at the same time as Chun Xingzong and was bullied by Chao Tianxiong together. His name was Gukong, and he always had a smile on his face and was very optimistic. Several times, Gukong blocked Chao Tianxiong's attacks for Chun Xingzong, causing him to be seriously injured. When Chao Tianxiong broke through, I was worried that Brother Zong would be humiliated when he returned. I didn't expect Brother Zong to be so strong after returning. Gukong was not only optimistic, but also very talkative. When he was with Chun Xingzong, 90% of the time, he was the one talking and Chun Xingzong was the one listening. The injury on your face was caused by Chao Tianxiong, right? Xingzong pointed at the bruises on Gukong's face. Haha, it's nothing. Gukong didn't care. Gukong, if you fall behind, you'll be beaten. You should put in more effort. Xingzong said. Gukong was a good friend of his predecessor. Big brother, it's not that I don't want to work hard, but with my talent, no matter how hard I work, the results won't be great. Gukong smiled bitterly. If I can become an inner sect disciple in this life, I'll be satisfied. Blue Cloud sect had more than 1,000 outer sect disciples, and Gukong's talent and potential could only be considered below average. Indeed, no matter how hard he worked, he could only become an inner sect disciple at most. It would be very difficult for him to break through to the transcendent realm. From today onwards, follow me and cultivate, Xingzong said. His tone was light, but it carried an unquestionable dominance. Okay. Gukong was startled but immediately nodded. He didn't know why. Gukong's secret art was the common grade, mid-rank minor Azure origin art. It was also the secret art that most outer sect disciples in the Blue Cloud sect chose. It was gentle and easy to learn. There were also many cultivation experiences left behind by predecessors, making it easier to cultivate. If Chun Xingzong didn't have the white mist skill, he would probably choose the lesser Qingyuan skill. Gukong also practiced the sword. His common level, middle level Azure Light Sword art was similar to the minor Azure Essence art. It was a sword art that was widely spread in the outer sect of the Blue Cloud sect. It was also the first choice of many outer sect disciples. In terms of cultivation methods, Chun Zongning did not give much pointers, but a few words of advice also made Gukong feel enlightened. The pointers in swordsmanship, however, made Gukong surprised and delighted. Gukong felt that under Chun Zong's guidance, all the mysteries contained in the green light sword art were revealed to him. Not long after, Gukong was extremely excited because the cyan light sword art that he had been practicing for 3 years had broken through from small accomplishment to great accomplishment, and its power had obviously increased. How did Chun Xingzong become so powerful after leaving for a while? Chao Tianxiong was bewildered. Didn't he go back to attend the funeral? Brother Xiong, could it be that Chun Xingzong got some lucky chance when he went back? A follower suddenly wondered. In the world of cultivation, there are quite a few examples of people who rose to prominence after obtaining a fortuitous encounter. Hearing this, Chao Tianxiong was first stunned, then his eyes flickered endlessly. When he thought about it like this, it was indeed very likely. After all, not long ago, Chun Xingzong had just broken through to the early stage of the 6th level of the Foundation Realm. Even if he defeated him, it would have been a tough battle. Now, not long after, he had defeated him with one strike and even broken his large ring blade. His ring saber was a middle mortal level. If it was cut in half by a single sword, then the opponent's sword was most likely a high mortal level. Thinking back, Chao Tianxiong was sure that the sword in Chun Xingzong's hand was not the Azure Light Sword. A fortuitous encounter. Chun Xingzong must have had a fortuitous encounter. Not only does he have a better sword, but his strength has also improved significantly. Chao Tianxiong was filled with hatred. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Why didn't such a fortuitous encounter fall on him? Now that Chun Xingzong was clearly much stronger than him, it would be difficult to deal with him personally. He could only rely on external forces. Another follower whispered, Brother Xiong, Chun Xingzong's sword seems pretty good. Why don't we tell Brother Zhang about this? Brother Zhang? Chao Tianxiong frowned. Which Brother Zhang? Brother Zhang Tiekwang, the saber and sword maniac. The follower quickly smiled and said, Brother Zhang Tiekwang likes to collect sabers and swords. Ordinary sabers and swords don't catch his eye. I think Chen Qingzong's sword is pretty good. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. Chao Tianxiong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he grinned. Don't worry, Brother Xiong. I'll definitely do it beautifully. The follower also patted his chest. Chen Qingzong, I can't do anything to you now, but the saber and sword maniac Zhang Tiekwang is not only ranked third among the outer sect disciples. If he wants your sword, do you dare not give it to him? Chao Tianxiong's face was filled with a sinister smile. I also hope you don't give it to him. The top 10 outer sect disciples were the benchmark. Therefore, their residences were much more luxurious than the average outer sect disciples. In a simple courtyard, the light of a saber flashed, and the shadow of a sword filled the air. The wind whistled and the sand filled the air. Suddenly, with a loud shout, the saber and the sword attacked together. The terrifying light of the saber and the shadow of the sword intertwined like a roaring dragon. With a fierce boom, the iron pillar as thick as a man's thigh was broken in an instant. The saber and sword returned to their scabbards, revealing the muscular upper body of the youth. He turned around. His sharp and arrogant eyes seemed to contain the light of the saber and the sword. The youth standing in the corner of the courtyard trembled uncontrollably, as if he had been pierced by the saber and the sword. His heart trembled. Speak, what do you want from me? If there's nothing that interests me, you'll have to bear the consequences. Zhang Tiekwang's voice was full of oppression, like the clashing of sabers and swords. The light in his eyes made the youth's body tremble uncontrollably, instinctively feeling afraid. Senior Brother Zhang. This person was one of Chao Tianxiong's followers. He had a long face and was trembling with fear. He regretted accepting this mission, but since he was already here, he had to complete it. I have something to tell you. Zhang Tiekwang didn't say anything. He just stared at the youth, giving him an enormous pressure. Among the outer sect disciples, there's a person called Chen Qingzong. Not long ago, Chao Tianxiong's follower suppressed the fear in his heart and told Zhang Tiekwang about the conflict between Chen Qingzong and Chao Tianxiong. He knew that he couldn't play tricks in front of someone like Zhang Tiekwang, or there would be serious consequences. Although Senior Brother Chao's ringed saber is a mortal-level middle-level weapon, its body is wide and the back is thick. Ordinary mortal-level upper-level weapons can't cut it. Therefore, the sword in Chen Qingzong's hand is at least a mortal-level upper-level weapon. Senior Brother Chao knows that Senior Brother Zhang likes to collect all kinds of high-quality sabers and swords, so he told me to tell you this. Chao Tianxiong can't deal with Chen Qingzong, so he wants to use me to deal with him. It sounded like a rhetorical question, but his tone was very firm. The coldness in his words was like a sharp blade, making the youth's body tremble even more violently. I'll go take a look. If the sword is to my liking, then I'll let it go. Otherwise, Zhang Tiekwang didn't finish his words, but the thread in his words was very obvious. In the outer sect disciple area, Chunzong was teaching Gukong swordsmanship. Chunzong wouldn't give up on his own cultivation. Teaching Gukong swordsmanship was actually a process of comprehending his own accumulation of swordsmanship. While teaching, Chunzong would also comprehend the Heart Sword Sutra. As if sensing something, Chunzong raised his head and glanced over. He saw a figure walking over with large, sloppy steps. It was a teenager of 16 or 17 years old. He had bronze skin, a faint smile on his face, and a pair of extremely sharp eyes. His robe was very strange. The upper half of his body was tight, while the lower half was loose. There was a long saber on his back and a long sword on his waist. As he walked, there was a slight clashing sound. Chunzong's expression didn't change, but Gukong's expression changed greatly. There was only one person in the entire outer sect with over 1,000 disciples dressed like this. Zhang Tiekwang, the saber and sword maniac. Senior Brother Zhang, what brings you here? Gukong hurriedly greeted him with a big smile. His principle was to greet people with a smile. As the saying went, don't hit a smiling person. It was always better to greet people with a smile. However, Gukong's smiling face was directly ignored. Zhang Tai didn't even look at Gukong. Instead, he just gazed at Qinzong with a pair of wild eyes as he kept moving closer to Qinzong. At the same time, Qinzong released a bit of wild qi, which was faintly icy. It was the smell of saber and sword. Qinzong, I heard that you have a good sword. Show it to me. Zhang Tiequang opened his mouth very straightforwardly. It was as if he could do whatever he wanted and others had to do as he said. If he met someone who was afraid of Zhang Tiequang, this method would indeed be very useful. Unfortunately, he met Qinzong. Swords are not meant to be looked at. Qinzong calmly replied. Zhang Tiequang's face suddenly turned cold, and a heavy snort came out from his nose. It was like a thunderclap that made Gukong's heart jump, but he didn't know what to do. Gukong knew Qinzong's personality very well. He was very stubborn. It was fine to talk to him nicely, but if he forced him, he would definitely resist. Of course, the current Qinzong was not resisting because of his stubbornness. Very unique. Zhang Tiequang was slightly startled. Aside from the top 10 outer sect disciples, there was actually someone who dared to talk to him like this. His eyes turned cold, as if there were blades clashing. Do you know what happened to the last person who talked to me like this? His words were filled with threats. I don't want to engage in meaningless fights. You can leave. Qinzong waved his hand with a bit of disinterest. This Zhang Tiequang might be a genius with a lot of potential, but he was still young. His cultivation level was only at the peak of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm. He might be able to challenge people above his cultivation level, but to Qinzong, that was nothing. They were not on the same level. Since they were not on the same level, the battle would be like a big man beating a baby. What was the point? Gukong was dumbfounded. Qinzong's answer was simply indescribable. At the same time, he was very worried because Qinzong's face was filled with anger. His qi was surging, and a shocking aura spread out from his body. Traces of light gold appeared on his shoulders and back. Cold and oppressive, the long sword at Zhang Tiequang's waist and the long saber on his back trembled as if they were going to be unsheathed at any moment. Chapter 962. Gukong found it extremely difficult to breathe, as if he was about to suffocate. Zhang Tiequang suddenly laughed wildly. He covered his forehead with one hand and laughed so hard that he was convulsing. Gukong's face was full of uncertainty and nervousness. Qinzong, on the other hand, was as calm as water in an ancient well without any ripples. Immediately, the wild laughter stopped. Zhang Tiequang straightened his body, and a terrifying aura soared into the sky. This is the first time I've met someone as interesting as you. Take my sword, and we'll call it quits for now. As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword at his waist was unsheathed. It turned into a cold electric light, piercing through the air as if it could cut through gold and jade. Its aura was awe-inspiring, and the sword light was unstoppable, as if it could pierce through anything. Like a bolt of lightning, Qinzong faintly smelled a cold metallic scent. The ear-piercing shriek was like a demon's voice, fiercely piercing into Gukong's ears. Gukong felt as if his eardrums were pierced, and his brain was being ruthlessly stirred by an invisible blade. His face was full of pain. Qinzong's expression remained unchanged, as if this was not a fierce sword that could pierce through anything but a gentle breeze. Just as the sharp and hard sword light was about to pierce him, Qinzong's body suddenly swayed and disappeared, causing the sword to miss. The long sword paused, but the terrifying sword light pierced through the air, forming a shocking sword pressure. Like a vacuum sword qi, it shot into the distance and pierced through a wooden pillar. Since his sword had missed, Zhang Tiequang was about to swing his sword a second time, but then he remembered what he had said. He stopped in mid-air, his expression uncertain. Soon after, he returned to normal and sheathed his long sword. The outer sect competition will be held in a month. I hope you can enter the finals. Zhang Tiequang stared deeply at Qinzong. then turned and strode away. After Zhang Tiekwang left, Gukong let out a sigh of relief. He walked towards Chunzong, still in a state of shock, and patted his chest. "Brother," Gukong called out while giving a thumbs up. He admired Chunzong to the extreme. This was Zhang Tiekwang, the saber and sword maniac, who was ranked third among the outer sect disciples. Although he looked 16 or 17 years old, he was actually 15 years old. His talent was much better than that of Chun Qingzong's. Moreover, his sword and saber skills were both of the mortal level, upper level, and he had already reached the great success stage. His strength was terrifying. In the face of such a person, even Gu Kong himself found it difficult to breathe, but Qinzong was still able to confront him head-on. "Cultivate well. One day, you'll be more powerful than him," Qinzong said with a smile. "I don't dare to think about it. As long as I can perform well in the outer sect tournament in a month's time, I'll be satisfied." Gukong smiled bitterly. Every sect would hold a sect competition every once in a while to differentiate between the outer and inner sects. The Blue Cloud sect's outer sect disciple competition was in a month's time. This was also the reason why Qinzong was not in a hurry to apply to become an inner sect disciple. If he applied now, he could become an inner sect disciple with his own strength, but there were not many benefits. At most, he could choose a mortal level, upper level martial art for free. However, if he performed well in the outer sect tournament and entered the top 10, he would be rewarded. If he entered the top 3, the rewards would be even better, and he could become an inner sect disciple. Qinzong was very clear on what to choose. The following days, Qinzong lived peacefully. Zhang Tiekwang did not come to his door again, and Chao Tianxiong did not come to Qinzong either. After all, he was not a match for Qinzong, and he would only be humiliating himself if he came. Every day, Qinzong cultivated in his own residence. The residence of an ordinary outer sect disciple was very ordinary. It was only a wooden house, and the facilities inside were also very simple. On the wooden bed, Qinzong sat cross-legged and cultivated the white mist method. The white mist chi from the 7th layer of the white mist method was very pure. It continuously circulated around Qinzong's meridians. Wisps of white mist filled the air around his body. Every layer of a mortal level, upper level method would open 3 meridians. The 7th layer of the white mist method would open a total of 21 meridians. When a foundation realm cultivator broke through, they would also open their meridians. However, the meridians opened by cultivation were different from the meridians opened by cultivation methods. In this world, the human body had 9 heavenly meridians and 9 earth meridians. Together, there were 18 heavenly meridians and earth meridians. The first layer of the foundation realm needed to open 1 heavenly meridian and 1 earth meridian. The second layer needed to open 2 heavenly meridians and 2 earth meridians. The 9th layer of the foundation realm needed to open up 9 heavenly meridians and 9 earth meridians. The 18 heavenly meridians and earth meridians were the main meridians in the human body. The rest were called auxiliary meridians. In terms of size, the auxiliary meridians could not compare to the main meridians. The main meridians were independent, but the auxiliary meridians existed according to the main meridians and in turn assisted the main meridians. This was also the relationship between cultivation and cultivation. They complemented each other. The white mist on the 7th layer had opened up 21 auxiliary meridians, which was of great help to one's cultivation. In fact, the more auxiliary meridians that were opened up, the faster a cultivator's cultivation speed would be. Moreover, the amount of zhen qi that could be stored in one's body would also be greater. Furthermore, the zhen qi that could be circulated through various meridians would also be pure. Suddenly, the white mist around Qinzong's body fluctuated and seemed to have increased a bit. The amount of true qi inside his body also increased, and its purity increased a bit. Mid-stage of the 8th layer of the foundation realm. However, this was not the end. Then a familiar feeling appeared in Qinzong's heart. All the mysteries of the white mist method appeared in his mind. The principles of the white mist method, the process of its creation, the analysis of its details, and everything else appeared in his mind. Not long after, all the mysteries of the white mist method had been grasped by Chunzong. The white mist true qi inside his body suddenly surged. Every time it surged, it was refined and became even purer. The white mist of real qi outside Chunzong's body became denser and denser. It quickly diffused into the air and shrank. Finally, it condensed into a ball of white mist. It became the size of a fist and condensed into a solid substance. Then, it suddenly exploded and turned into countless white mists that covered Chunzong's entire body. Traces of white mist entered Chunzong's body and seemed to disappear. Chunzong's body became ethereal, as if he was shrouded in a cloud, making it difficult to grasp. Martial intent. White mist method martial intent. A cultivation method martial intent was much more difficult to grasp than a martial art martial intent. But so far, Chunzong had succeeded in comprehending all the mysteries of the white mist method. It was as if he had gone through the process of creating the white mist method and grasped the martial intent. Feeling the white mist true qi around his body, Chunzong found that its purity had increased by 50%. It had increased by a full 50%. This was undoubtedly terrifying. It had obviously increased Chunzong's strength. A martial art martial intent could be used or not, but a cultivation method martial intent could not be used. Once a martial intent was grasped, true qi would change and could not be hidden. In addition to his true qi becoming purer, once he revolved the white mist method, the characteristics of the white mist true qi would be stimulated, causing Chunzong's body to become somewhat illusory. He was clearly standing motionless in his original position, but it would give people a sense of unreality. Was there a benefit to this? Of course there was. A sense of unreality would affect the enemy's judgment. In a battle, judgment was very important. A single mistake could be fatal. Speaking of which, a cultivation method martial intent was much more difficult to comprehend than a martial art martial intent, but it was also much more useful. This was because a martial art martial intent purely increased the power of a martial art. But a cultivation method martial intent could not only increase the purity of true qi and increase the power, but it could also derive the characteristics of a cultivation method. I've comprehended the martial intent of the white mist method. I've also grasped the martial intent of the soaring swan sword technique and the azure light sword technique. I've also grasped the martial intent of the leaping ape leopard movement technique. Chunzong finished his cultivation and began to ponder. This was a habit left over from the past. It seemed that in terms of cultivation methods and martial arts, there was nothing left to cultivate. In the previous world, there were many sword techniques accumulated, but they were incompatible with this world. Chunzong did not have the slightest clue to perfect them. After all, he did not have enough understanding of this world's cultivation methods. He could go to the Azure Cloud Sword Martial Pavilion to exchange for martial arts, but with Chunzong's current merit points, he could at most exchange for a medium-grade mortal-level martial art. A high-grade mortal-level martial art was very difficult, so he might as well not. Since it's like this, I'll wholeheartedly comprehend the Heart Sword Sutra. Chunzong thought to himself. The more he comprehended the Heart Sword Sutra, the more he felt that it was unfathomable. It was simply indescribable. Gukong came to Chunzong every few days, and Chunzong also took some time out of his cultivation to give him pointers. This allowed Gukong's cultivation method to improve by quite a bit. Compared to his cultivation method, the improvement of his sword technique was more obvious. In the Outer Sect tournament, I must obtain a good ranking. Chao Tianxiong said fiercely, his eyes cold and ferocious. Whenever he thought of the scene where he was defeated by Chun Xingzong in a single strike, he would be enraged. Over this period of time, he had been training even harder in order to defeat Chun Xingzong, and also to obtain a good ranking in the upcoming Outer Sect tournament. In an independent courtyard, Zhang Tai's upper body was naked. Every muscle was wriggling and covered in sweat. Under the sunlight, it shone with a dazzling light. With a saber and a sword in his hands, he constantly slashed out. The saber and sword collided like a dragon or a tiger, ferocious and tyrannical. The saber light and sword shadows turned into a storm, wreaking havoc in the courtyard. The whistling sound was terrifying. Although he was one of the top 10 outer sect disciples and ranked third, Zhang Tai was not satisfied. His goal was to be first. Either he did not do it, or he did it best. With such a firm belief, Zhang Tai started to cultivate even harder. In another courtyard, the decorations were slightly different. In the corner, there were several green bamboos. Each of them was straight and had lush leaves. They looked full of vitality. In front of the bamboos stood a tall and graceful figure wearing a dark green robe. Her slender legs under the robe were especially eye-catching. This was a beautiful girl who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. Her long ponytail added a bit of heroic spirit to her. Her bright and clear eyes were staring at a leaf of a green bamboo, as if she wanted to see the flower on the leaf. She was the second strongest outer sect disciple, Yi Shijun, known as the Green Luo Sword. Although Yi Shijun was a girl, her ambitions surpassed many men. Otherwise, she would not have been able to stand out among more than 1,000 outer sect disciples and be ranked second. Chapter 963. The water of the Mian River was as white as cotton, with endless waves reaching towards the sky. The narrowest part was 100 meters long, while the widest part was 2,000 meters long. It was a famous river in the Dong Chin territory. There was a pavilion on one side of the Mian River called the Mian River Inn. It was a restaurant, and the owner of the restaurant was also a famous individual cultivator, Jiang Baichuan of the River Splitting Sword. However, Jiang Baichuan was not in the restaurant, but was cultivating in the Mian River. The restaurant was packed with customers. Most of them were individual cultivators. It could be said that the Mian River Inn was their favorite restaurant. The Blue Cloud Sect's Outer Sect Tournament is about to begin. Which one of you got an invitation? A man with a bronze staff asked in a low, muffled voice. I want to get an invitation, but I'm not qualified. The others around him sighed in disappointment. The Blue Cloud Sect was one of the four-star powers in the Dong Chin territory. It was very powerful, and getting an invitation was a form of recognition. Most individual cultivators had low self-esteem, especially in front of sect. They actually wanted to become a sect disciple, to have a complete cultivation path, and to have access to cultivation resources. Many individual cultivators were actually very pitiful. They were often targeted by sect disciples to improve their reputation, and were often challenged by those of a higher level. I think Iron Crutch Elder might get an invitation. I haven't gotten an invitation yet, so I'm not sure. An old man not far away said. Although he was old, he was full of energy. Beside him was a black iron crutch with a tiger's head. I know someone who will definitely get an invitation. The River Splitting Sword, Jiang Baichuan. He can split the Mian River with one sword. With such strength, if he's not qualified, then who is? Splitting the Mian River with one sword was the origin of Jiang Baichuan's River Splitting Sword. However, he could only split a 100-meter wide section of the river. He could not split a wider section of the river. I wonder who will get into the top 10 this time. The topic changed to the Blue Cloud Sect's Outer Sect Tournament. I think it's very likely that the current Outer Sect disciples will get into the top 10. That's right. I also reckon that the top 10 of the large competition will be taken by the current top 10 Outer Sect disciples. The only difference is the ranking. I'm optimistic about Zhang Tiequan. He's known as the Saber and Sword Maniac. Both his saber and sword skills are exquisite. Additionally, he can perform them at the same time, which makes him even more terrifying. He's a strong candidate for the first place. Yi Shijun is also very powerful. Being able to rank second as a woman, she's even more talented than Zhang Tiequan. There's no need to guess. I'm certain that the first place in the grand competition will be Yang Chaofan. Yang Chaofan? I've heard of him. It's said that he came from an ordinary background, the son of a farmer, but he was born extraordinary. He easily entered the Blue Cloud Sect, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Ever since he became the #1 Outer Sect disciple 2 years ago, no one has dared to challenge him. I wonder what kind of talent this Yang Chaofan has. A person's talent is a hidden trump card and will not be easily revealed to others. However, in this year's Outer Sect Grand Competition, perhaps someone will be able to force him to use it. Some time ago, I saw an Outer Sect disciple of the Blue Cloud Sect charge into the Lianjiang village alone with a sword and kill more than 100 people in the village. Everyone was shocked. The Lianjiang village was a sect in a certain section of the Mianjiang River. The head chief was an expert at the 7th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, while the 2nd and 3rd chiefs were at the 6th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. There are also quite a few mid-Foundation Establishment realm experts. Blood Fiend Sword Unit Dragon. It's him! Exclamations rang out. Unit Dragon is a rising star. It's said that he's going to be listed as the morning star of our Dongchen region. Speaking of morning stars, there are indeed a few rising stars with morning star potential this year. For example, Lu Zhenlei and Guan Hanxue from the Beichun Villa, Shun Yin from the Purple Brilliant Sect, Lu Yuanqing from the Tianluo Valley. The topic was originally about the Blue Cloud Sect's Outer Sect Grand Competition, but the more they talked about it, the more they deviated from it. However, this was also normal for rogue cultivators. In addition to cultivating and adventuring, they would chat with other rogue cultivators and talk about all kinds of things. Tomorrow was the Blue Cloud Sect's Outer Sect Grand Competition. The atmosphere in the Outer Sect Disciples area was completely different from before. There was an added sense of desolation, and even breathing became more cautious. "Brother, I'm so nervous." Gukong was a little anxious. It was the Outer Sect Grand Competition. A month ago, he didn't even dare to think about it. Even if he participated, he wouldn't be able to get a good ranking. He might even be eliminated in the first round, so naturally he wouldn't be nervous. But this month, with Chun Zong's guidance and his own hard work, not only did his cultivation improve by quite a bit, reaching the late 5th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, his swordsmanship had also improved significantly. Compared to a month ago, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The difference was like heaven and earth. The increase in cultivation and strength brought about an increase in self-confidence, and this increased self-confidence gave birth to even more ambition. Ambition that he wouldn't have dared to have in the past. Ranking. Gukong wanted to get a good ranking in the Outer Sect Grand Competition. He didn't dare to think about getting into the top 10, as there were many people stronger than him. Disregarding everything else, just the top 10 Outer Sect disciples were all at the late or peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. Just their cultivation alone was enough to crush him, not to mention everything else. It would be best if he could get into the top 10, but even if he couldn't, he would still be able to display his strength and attract the attention of his sect. The result would be different. The Blue Cloud Sect was a powerful sect, at least in the Dongchen area. To be able to exist for over 1,000 years and continue to pass down its legacy, it naturally had its own set of rules. Competition and selection were the only way to ensure the continuation and strength of the sect. Only with ambition and anticipation would one be nervous. Relax. Tomorrow, bring out everything you've learned and display it to your heart's content. Shenzong patted Gukong's shoulder. His calm voice had an inexplicable rhythm to it, causing Gukong's wildly beating heart to gradually calm down and his breathing to stabilize. "Draw your sword and attack me." Shenzong continued to speak. This was the training for Gukong in the second half of the month. Training in actual combat would be more effective, and this was one of the reasons why Gukong's sword art was able to improve by leaps and bounds. In terms of sword art, Chunzong's accumulation could be said to be at the Grandmaster level. With Chunzong's wholehearted guidance, even if Gukong was a pig, he would still be able to learn a lot. In the dead of the night, Gukong had already returned to conserve his energy in preparation for tomorrow's Outer Sect competition. Chunzong sat cross-legged on his bed. Unlike the others, Chunzong wasn't worried about tomorrow's Outer Sect competition, nor was he nervous at all. Because it was merely an Outer Sect competition, Chunzong didn't think much of it. The only thing that could move his heart was the reward for the first place, nothing more. After a month of cultivation, Chunzong's cultivation had increased once again. Now he was already at the peak of the 8th level of the foundation building realm. As for the Heartsword Sutra, It was indeed unfathomable. After a month of wholeheartedly comprehending it, Chunzong had only comprehended a little bit of it. However, just this little bit of knowledge was enough for Chunzong to have a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. Thinking back to the so-called sword art of the past, he suddenly felt that it was very funny. That funny feeling originated from the ignorance and blindness of a frog in a well. Compared to the Lingwu holy world, the Blue Waves world was like a well, and the cultivators of the Blue Waves world were like frogs in the well. This was not belittling them, but a kind of truth. Limitations. The limitations of the Blue Waves world. The eastern continent had its limitations, then the Chaotian Island had its limitations, and now the limitations extended to the entire Blue Waves world. The cultivation path of the Blue Waves world seemed to be different from that of the Lingwu holy world from the very beginning. If one were to compare who was the orthodox, then it would undoubtedly be the Lingwu holy world. The Blue Waves world was an unorthodox path, and if one walked the unorthodox path, it would be difficult for one to advance after becoming an emperor. And in theory, the cultivators of the Lingwu holy world would be more powerful at the same level. Therefore, the so-called sword art of the Blue Waves world was actually nothing in the Lingwu holy world. It was merely self-proclaimed by the Blue Waves world. Arrogant self-proclamation. This was Chunzong's feeling. Of course, every kind of martial art was very shocking in the Blue Waves world, but it was only because of the gap between worlds. If Chunzong hadn't come to the Lingwu holy world, he also wouldn't have known about this. Chunzong was very glad that he had come. I also don't know whether the Lingwu holy world has martial arts or sword arts. Chunzong secretly said, in the Blue Waves world, everything that was crowned with Tao was very high-end and very remarkable. If the Lingwu holy world also had it, then it would certainly be so. It was not something he could come into contact with now. The most important thing now was to cultivate down to earth and do his best to improve rapidly. As long as he was strong enough, he would come into contact with everything. Compared to the Blue Waves world, Chunzong's pursuit in this world was not so urgent. After all, he had just arrived, and it hadn't been long. There were many things that he didn't understand enough. And the Lingwu holy world was much more vast and powerful than the Blue Waves world. In the Blue Waves world, he had not reached the peak, and there were many people who were more powerful than him, let alone this Lingwu holy world. Even if he recovered his strength to the level of the Blue Waves world, it was nothing in this world. I have a kind of feeling that before long, I will be able to comprehend more mysteries of the Heart Sword Sutra. At that time, I will have another harvest. Chunzong secretly said. With regard to his intuition, Chunzong was very confident. Merely, he didn't know what kind of harvest he would obtain at that time, so he couldn't help but somewhat look forward to it. With this kind of expectation, Chunzong wholeheartedly immersed himself in the comprehension of the Heart Sword Sutra. One night passed, and the next day, when the sky was slightly bright, the sound of a great bell resounded. It changed into layers of invisible ripples and spread out. In a short few breaths, it spread throughout the entire Blue Cloud Peak. And at the mountain gate of Blue Cloud Peak, a group of people also welcomed. These people were either people of other forces, for example, the leaders and elders of some 3-star forces or 2-star forces. As for 1-star forces, very few of them were able to get an invitation. They were not qualified. Other than that, there were some loose cultivators. Those who were able to get an invitation from the Blue Cloud sect to watch the Outer Sect Great Competition were all well-known figures among loose cultivators. For example, Jiang Baichuan. He was not very old, not more than 30 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. His swordsmanship was even more exquisite, and his might was astonishing. He was not inferior to the experts of 2-star forces. Therefore, Jiang Baichuan was naturally among the list of people invited by the Blue Cloud sect. Chapter 964. I almost forgot to update again. How embarrassing. Since I've spoken, I might as well say a few more words. Tomorrow is a new month. I'm begging for next month's votes. On the Blue Cloud Peak, the outer sect disciple area was very lively. There were more than 1,000 outer sect disciples. In theory, any outer sect disciple could participate in the competition, but that was not the case. The outer sect disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were of different ages, cultivation levels, and strength. The youngest outer sect disciple was only 12 years old and had just entered the sect. His cultivation level was naturally not high, at most at the 4th layer of the Foundation Realm. However, a 12-year-old at the 4th layer of the Foundation Realm was already a rare genius. The oldest was 18 years old, and his cultivation level was not bad either at the 6th layer of the Foundation Realm. Of course, age had nothing to do with cultivation level or strength. Otherwise, the top 10 outer sect disciples wouldn't be in the top 10. However, being older meant that they had more time to cultivate, which was a relative advantage. The outer sect competition was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was elimination. The so-called elimination was to eliminate the weaker disciples, and the restriction was cultivation level. The 5th layer of the Foundation Realm. Only those who had reached the 5th layer of the Foundation Realm were qualified to participate in the outer sect competition. In this world, the 1st to 3rd layers of the Foundation Realm were building a foundation to stabilize their cultivation path. They weren't strong, but that was only relative to this world. Only when one reached the 4th layer of the Foundation Realm could the true chi in one's body become powerful. However, the 4th layer of the Foundation Realm was only the beginning of the path to becoming an expert. The true chi in one's body wasn't strong enough. Only when one reached the 5th layer of the Foundation Realm could one's true chi be released. Only then could one's true chi be released through martial arts. The release of true chi, as the name implied, allowed one's true chi to be released from one's body to one's hands or weapons to increase their power. The 5th layer of the Foundation Realm was enough to eliminate most of the outer sect disciples. Next was the second round of elimination. The second round of elimination was to test one's strength. Strength was composed of cultivation, martial arts, experience, and various other factors. A high cultivation did not necessarily mean that one was strong. Since ancient times, there have been many examples of people with high cultivation being killed by people with lower cultivation. It was either because their martial arts were not strong enough, or because they did not have enough combat experience and were unable to display their full strength. The Blue Cloud sect had invited many people to watch the outer sect tournament. Naturally, they couldn't lose face. The test of strength was very simple. It was to fight against a puppet. The puppet's strength was at the late stage of the 5th layer of the Foundation Realm. Only those who could last 10 moves against the puppet would qualify. In this round, many outer sect disciples were eliminated. In the end, only 256 people were qualified, including the top 10 outer sect disciples who did not need to participate in the elimination round. There were 266 people. The outer sect tournament would be held on the Green Cloud sparring stage. The stage was already filled with people. Most of them were from the Blue Cloud sect, while a small portion were invited by the Blue Cloud sect. A rogue cultivator pointed at one of the 200 or so outer sect disciples and said, "That is the fiend blood sword dragon." Gokong excitedly said, "Brother, the fiend blood sword dragon challenged the Lianjiang village by himself. Perhaps it will be one of the top 10 in this year's outer sect tournament." Shenzong also looked at the fiend blood sword dragon. He had a robust figure and a sharp gaze. Traces of killing intent were faintly discernible around his body. His dark red robes made him look even more ferocious. With a single glance, one could tell that he was not an easy person to deal with. Shortly after, Shenzong felt a sharp gaze land on his face. It was the sword and saber maniac, Zhang Tiequang. Zhang Tiequang took a deep look at Shenzong before looking away. Under Gu Kong's introduction, Shenzong saw the other outer sect disciples. Sure enough, they were all extraordinary. Standing in the crowd, they stood out like cranes among chickens. "Brother, that is the second-ranked outer sect disciple, Yi Shijuan. She is a member of Green Bamboo City's Yi family." Her talent is outstanding. She is almost 15 years old and has already reached the peak of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm. Her sword art is superb and rarely has any opponents. She is the dream lover of many Outer Sect disciples. Gukong laughed as he looked at Yi Shijuan with admiration. There were relatively fewer female cultivators than male cultivators, and there were also relatively fewer female cultivators with titles. The Blue Cloud sect had more than 1,000 Outer Sect disciples. More than 70% of them were male, and only 20% were female. For Yi Shijuan to be ranked second showed that it was not easy. Chen Zhongdua took a few more glances at Yi Shijun. Yi Shijun's facial features were exquisite, and her skin was fair, exuding a faint glow as if she had walked out of a painting. Every inch of her body seemed to have been carefully sculpted, and the ponytail behind her head added a bit of heroic spirit. The first impression that Yi Shijuan gave to Qinzong was that she was exquisite. Seeming to have noticed Qinzong's gaze, Yi Shijuan's clear eyes also looked over and smiled at Qinzong. Qinzong also nodded in response, but Gukong became excited. He grabbed Qinzong's arm and shook it. Brother, did you see that? Yi Shijuan smiled at me. Qinzong didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't attack Gukong. Gukong was only a 15-year-old youth. It was normal for him to like an outstanding girl like Yi Shijuan. His gaze swept over the crowd and suddenly stopped. Qinzong stared at a youth in a plain robe. Whether it was his appearance or his clothing, this youth was very ordinary. However, within this ordinariness, there was a unique and harmonious charm. He had some kind of indescribable charm. Yang Chaofan. Qinzong thought a name in his heart. The number 1 Outer Sect disciple. It was said that his background was very ordinary, but he had shown extraordinary talent since he was young. 5 years ago, he entered the Blue Cloud sect. 2 years ago, he defeated the number 1 Outer Sect disciple with an absolute advantage and replaced him. In these 2 years, he had been challenged many times, but had never been defeated. His position as the number 1 Outer Sect disciple was unshakable. It was said that Yang Chaofan had a unique talent that no one else had, but as for what kind of talent it was, very few people knew. At least, Chen Xingzong didn't know. In the past, although Chen Xingzong's talent was not bad, compared to the top 10 Outer Sect disciples, there was still a gap, not to mention the number 1 Outer Sect disciple, Yang Chaofan. The two of them were destined to be different. Yang Chaofan was the center of attention, but his expression didn't change in the slightest. He just stood there quietly, as if he wanted to stand there forever, untouched by anything. The host of the great competition was an inner-sect elder of the Blue Cloud sect, a transcendent realm master. Qinzong couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, the other party's aura was blended together, making it difficult for him to see anything mysterious. Qinzong only vaguely felt that something was different, but he couldn't pinpoint it. It's different from the transcendence of Blue Wave's world, Qinzong secretly said. But as for what was different, he would only know after seeing the other party in action. Of course, the most direct and thorough observation was that he had broken through to the transcendent realm. The intersect elder first said a few words of courtesy, welcoming people from other forces and rogue cultivators to come and watch the competition, giving them some face. After all, the Blue Cloud sect was one of the great forces in the land and belonged to the righteous path, so it was natural for him to be relatively polite. This year's Outer Sect Great Competition is slightly different from the previous ones. It's the rewards. After a few words of courtesy, the Intersect Elder changed the topic to the Outer Sect Great Competition. Everyone pricked up their ears. In the past, only the top 10 would be rewarded, but this time, as long as you enter the top 32, you will be rewarded with merit points from the sect. Every disciple in the top 32 will be rewarded with 5,000 merit points from the sect. Many people's eyes lit up. 1,000 merit points wasn't a small amount. Usually, one would need to complete several tasks to have a chance of obtaining it. 5,000 merit points was much more than 1,000 merit points, enough to exchange for Immortal grade high rank martial skill or martial skill. There were rewards for the top 32, and the rewards for the top 16 were doubled, which was 10,000 SEK merit points. The reward for the top 10 were naturally more generous, but what moved Shinzong was the rewards for the top 3. Other than the generous amount of merit points, the third place would be able to choose a mortal grade high rank martial skill or mortal grade high rank martial skill from the Qingyun Sword Martial Pavilion for free. The second place would be rewarded with 2 skills. The first place would be rewarded with 3 skills. Mortal grade high rank martial skill. Mortal grade high rank martial skill. The people from the small forces and rogue cultivators were all extremely excited, wishing that they could also participate in this great competition. Even Jiang Baichuan, a well-known rogue cultivator, only cultivated a mortal grade high rank martial skill or martial skill. It could be seen how rare a mortal grade high rank martial skill was. The outer sect disciples were naturally extremely excited. However, most of the outer sect disciples knew that it was impossible for them to obtain the top 3. It was simply too difficult. In addition, the top 3 will directly become an inner sect disciple. The inner sect elder continued to announce. This was another benefit. However, relatively speaking, this benefit wasn't that amazing. You can also obtain a minor realm break pill. The inner sect elder's second sentence caused a great commotion. Minor realm break pill. Everyone exclaimed. The rogue cultivators were envious. Even geniuses like Yi Shijuan and Yang Chaofan were surprised and excited. Minor realm break pill, a mortal grade high rank pill. It could be used on any layer of the foundation realm and could help a cultivator break through from the 6th layer to the 7th layer, the 7th layer to the 8th layer, the 8th layer to the 9th layer, and so on. It has to be said that each layer was very difficult to break through, but with a minor realm break pill, one could break through without any side effects. It would undoubtedly save a lot of time. The Blue Cloud Sect's rewards are really enviable. A famous rogue cultivator smiled bitterly. Yes, this is something that we rogue cultivators can't compare to. Another rogue cultivator smiled bitterly and shook his head. They had never obtained a pill like the Minor Realm Break pill. At most, they had only heard of it. This Minor Realm Break pill will belong to the Azure Sect in the end. Among the spectators, Feng Pingsheng secretly said. Feng Pingsheng was the first floor master of the Seven Swords Towers, and the Seven Swords Towers was one of the 3 2-star forces in Azure Forest City. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to receive an invitation. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang and the head of family, Mo, naturally received an invitation and also came. The head of family, Mo, hid in the crowd and stared fiercely at Shinzong. This elder announces that the outer sect competition will now begin. The top 10 disciples will take their seats first. The inner sect elder announced. Chapter 965. Those who made it to the top 32 would be rewarded with merit points. Those who made it to the top 16 would receive double the merit points and a chance to challenge the top 10 outer sect disciples. After the arrangements were made, the competition officially began. 2 outer sect disciples were called out and walked onto the stage with large strides. They faced each other 20 meters apart. Senior Brother Li, please use your full strength. Junior Brother Wang, don't worry. I won't hold back. The 2 knew each other, and as soon as they finished speaking, their true qi surged. Both of them cultivated the minor Qingyuan art. As their true qi surged, there was a faint trace of cyan between their eyebrows. Their cultivations were similar, and both of them had cultivated the minor Qingyuan art to the 4th level. There was no obvious difference in strength. The key to determining victory and defeat was the level of their martial arts and their own fighting ability. One of them cultivated the sword, which was considered the orthodox style of the Blue Cloud sect, while the other cultivated the palm technique. Using the palm to fight against the sword and saber was unknowingly disadvantageous. Therefore, the person who used the palm technique wore gloves to better protect his hands and allow him to fight against the sword and saber without being injured. The 2 of them fought with all their strength, and the battle was intense. The wind from their palms and the light from their swords intertwined. They're truly worthy of being sect disciples. A battle between 5th-level foundation building disciples is already so shocking. The rogue cultivator side. Rogue cultivators lacked resources and inheritances, so the cultivation methods and martial arts they cultivated were often low-level or even incomplete. After fighting for a while, the disciple who used the sword seized an opportunity. His sword turned into a cyan light and directly struck his opponent's chest, sending him flying. After the first battle ended, the winner advanced and the loser was eliminated. The second battle immediately began and also ended in a short 3 breaths of time. Because of the difference in cultivation, the difference in strength was also very obvious. The third battle, the fourth battle, the fifth battle, the battles and the preliminaries were carried out one after another. Every battle was either an intense battle or a crushing victory. However, no matter which one it was, it made most of the spectators extremely excited. This kind of battle was nothing to Qinzong. With a pair of seemingly calm eyes, he could clearly see the trajectories of all the moves in the battle, and they were full of flaws. But one thing was undeniable, and that was that these people were all very outstanding. If they were compared to their peers in the Blue Waves world, they would definitely surpass them by a lot. Even the genius disciples of the top 15 powers in the Blue Waves world wouldn't have any advantage. Gap. This was the gap between the foundations of the world. 256 people would have 128 battles in the first round of the qualifier. In the 56th battle, one of the two was Gokong. Gokong, you were lucky enough to qualify, but I advise you to admit defeat yourself. Otherwise, you might get injured. That wouldn't be good. The corner of the opponent's mouth held a trace of a cold smile as he spoke to Gokong in an oppressive tone. He thought that Gokong was still the Gokong from a month ago. Cut the crap. We'll know after we fight. Gokong suppressed the excitement in his heart and coldly shouted. Although his talent was below average among the 1,000 over outer sect disciples, deep in his heart, he yearned to become stronger. He yearned to display his skills in front of everyone, but he never had the chance. Even if he had the chance, he did not dare to do so because he did not have enough strength and confidence. However, the progress he had made in the past month made him feel like he was dreaming. He had never felt this way since he was born. Improvement and strengthening brought about confidence. Since that's the case, take my sword. As soon as the other party finished speaking, he unsheathed his sword and turned it into a green sword light that pierced through the air. Green light sword art. This was the first sword art of choice for many outer sect disciples because the sect had a complete sword art that could continue to be cultivated. In an instant, Gokong's sword also came out of its sheath and turned into a green sword light that pierced through the air. This green sword light looked even more condensed and agile. This scene startled many people. It's as if he has the help of a god. This level of spirituality is clearly at the trance stage. River-splitting sword Jiang Baichuan was startled and shocked. A mere late-stage, 5th-layer Foundation Realm disciple can cultivate the green light sword art to the trance stage. The inner and outer sect elders were also shocked and couldn't help but take a few more glances at Gokong. There were more than 1,000 outer sect disciples, and all the outer sect elders knew that there was no such person as Gokong. Gokong's opponent was at the peak of the 5th layer of the Foundation Realm, one level higher than Gokong. However, his opponent's cultivation method was at the 4th layer, while Gokong had cultivated it to the 5th layer. Not only did it make up for the difference in cultivation levels, it even exceeded it. Adding in the trance stage green light sword art and Chun Zong's battle experience, Gokong was able to knock the opponent's sword out of his hand in just 3 strikes. The opponent's face was filled with astonishment. He never would have thought that Gokong, who he looked down on, would actually defeat him. Gokong himself also couldn't believe it. He felt like he was dreaming, but when he heard the exclamations around him, he realized that he had won. An indescribable confidence slowly grew in his heart and gradually grew stronger. The confidence brought by the increase in cultivation level was often illusory. Only by defeating a powerful opponent could one solidify their confidence and make it no longer illusory. For Gukong, this person before him was someone he couldn't reach. He didn't even have the qualifications to be his opponent. Gukong walked up to Zong and spoke with an unprecedentedly serious tone. "Thank you, Brother Zong. Thank yourself." Zong faintly smiled. The reason he had given Gukong so much guidance was because Gukong was Zong's good friend and had helped Zong before. Also, Gukong was a promising talent. Although his cultivation talent wasn't high, he was hardworking and tenacious. The 80th battle was between the Blood Fiend, Sword Dan Yuanlong, and Miao Junfeng. Junior Brother Dan, I heard that not long ago, you charged into the Lianjiang village by yourself and made a name for yourself. You shouldn't be weak and have a chance to enter the top 16. Unfortunately, you met me in your first battle. Miao Junfeng's handsome face revealed a smile. He seemed to be concerned, but he was actually using words to attack Dan Yuanlong. An 18-year-old trash who hasn't even reached the 7th layer of the Foundation realm dares to speak arrogantly before me? The Blood Fiend, Sword Dan Yuanlong's words were extremely sharp and cold. This caused Miao Junfeng's expression to change greatly, and he almost coughed up blood. There were more than 1,000 outer sect disciples, and the 18-year-old Miao Junfeng was definitely one of the earliest to enter the sect. The other disciples who had entered the sect with him had either died outside or broken through to the inner sect. Only Miao Junfeng and a few other disciples were still struggling in the outer sect. The 18-year-old Miao Junfeng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm, but he hadn't been able to break through to the 7th layer. Even so, because he had more time to cultivate, his sword art was powerful, and he was a strong candidate to enter the top 16. Miao Junfeng's goal was naturally to challenge the top 10 outer sect disciples and enter the top 10. It would be best if he could enter the top 3. That way, he would be able to obtain generous rewards and directly become an inner sect disciple. Miao Junfeng flew into a rage out of humiliation and began to circulate his Zhen Qi. As his tyrannical Zhen Qi surged forth, a faint trace of purple Qi rose up behind him. This was the high-grade, mortal-level cultivation technique, the purple Yuan art, and it had been cultivated to the 5th level. The purple Yuan true Qi surged to the limit and entered his arm as he unsheathed his sword. The sword light moved swiftly, like a bolt of purple lightning breaking through the air and slashing out. High-grade mortal cultivation method, purple lightning sword art. This sword contained a trace of spirituality, as if it had the help of a god. This was the trans-stage purple lightning sword art. Although Miao Junfeng was only 18 years old and hadn't broken through to the 7th layer of the Foundation realm, he could still be considered a genius. At least compared to rogue cultivators, he was out of their reach. The purple lightning sword art was activated by the 5th layer of the purple Yuan True Qi. Its power reached its peak, and it was like a bolt of purple lightning. This was an attack from the angered Miao Junfeng, and he wanted to directly injure Duanlong. With a cold snort, Duanlong unsheathed his sword and a blood-colored light appeared. It was like a blood-colored sun. The blood-colored True Qi surged through his body, and the faint sound of waves could be heard. Zong keenly noticed a trace of blood-colored light moving around Duanlong's skin. The tyrannical, blood-colored genuine Qi surged to his right arm and reached the sword body. The blood-colored light was blazing. An astonishing, murderous aura spread out like wisps of red mist. Kill! The blood-red sword light shot out from the red mist, fast and ruthless. The shocking killing intent made Miao Junfeng, who bore the brunt of the attack, feel a chill all over his body. His skin felt numb, and his blood stopped flowing. His qi was affected, and his sword attack paused slightly, its power greatly reduced. A battle between experts only lasted for one breath. Although Miao Junfeng was powerful and had killed a lot of enemies during his training, he was still far from Duanlong. The moment Miao Junfeng realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. The purple sword light was instantly broken, and the blood-colored sword light arrived like a bolt of lightning. Blood splashed, and Miao Junfeng let out a miserable scream. He was sent flying by a powerful force. When he landed, there was a sword wound on his chest, and blood was constantly flowing out. Quick! Someone immediately came forward and sprinkled medicine on the wound to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, if he lost too much blood, he might die. Even if he didn't die, he would be weak for a while. Trash! Duan Long's terrifying eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Miao Junfeng. He opened his mouth and spat out 2 cold words. Miao Junfeng immediately trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he looked dispirited. One sword, everyone in the outer sect's 10 seats had different reactions. The pupils of those ranked 10th to 4th shrank as they felt a great threat. Zhang Tiequan's expression changed slightly, but a smile appeared on his face. His eyes were filled with fighting intent. Yi Shijun was slightly startled, but her expression soon returned to normal. Yang Xiaofan's expression didn't change in the slightest. He was as calm as ever, and his ordinary face gave off an unapproachable feeling. So strong, so terrifying. Is this really the power of an outer sect disciple? The rogue cultivators were shocked, and so were the leaders of the other sections. In addition to the outer sect disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, there were also a few inner sect disciples who were watching the battle. When these inner sect disciples saw Duan Long's sword, they were shocked because they felt that even if they went up on stage, they would have to be cautious when facing that sword. Chapter 966. Chunzong secretly said, a sword art that condenses killing intent. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger the sword art. Duan Long's sword art was indeed very strong, and it shouldn't be the Blue Cloud sect's sword art. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Duan Long indeed had a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to obtain a sword art and a cultivation method. In the 92nd battle, Green Radiant's sword Lu Zhenji went up. He was not young, only 18 years old. Like Miao Junfeng, he was also at the peak of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm. His sword art was superb, and he was even more famous than Miao Junfeng. Only those who had reached a certain level of fame would be given a title. Miao Junfeng didn't have one because he wasn't famous enough. Those who were famous were often more outstanding. Green Radiant's sword, Lu Zhenji's opponent, was also not weak. He was also at the peak of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm. I'll only use one strike, Lu Zhenji said calmly. Lu Zhenji said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword hanging from his waist suddenly came out of its scabbard. It turned into a green sword light that pierced through the sky like a shooting star. In an instant, the sword light disappeared, and the sword returned to its scabbard. From the moment the sword was drawn to the moment it returned to its scabbard, it was done in less than a breath of time. Just as Lu Zhenji's opponent was about to attack, he felt a slight pain between his eyebrows. He couldn't help but reach out to touch it. A red dot appeared before his eyes, and his expression changed greatly. I've lost. Another strike. The 101st battle. Flying Flower Sword Yishiwen was one of the two. She was at the late stage of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm. The other person didn't have a title, but he wasn't weak either. Junior sister Yi, please. Take this. Yi Shiwen shouted in a tender voice. Her soft waist swayed like a flower in the wind. Nothing could be more beautiful than this. The long sword at her waist came out of its scabbard. In an instant, the sword light was like a blooming flower. It was beautiful, and one could vaguely smell the fragrance of flowers. Yishuan's opponent revealed a trace of intoxication. He felt as if he was in a sea of flowers and smelled the fragrance of flowers. His mind relaxed for a moment. However, he immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly adjusted, but he was too late. A sword flower bloomed in front of his eyes. It was exceptionally beautiful. Then, a cold light shot out like the stamen of a flower and stopped in between his eyebrows. The cold touch made his scalp go numb. Senior brother, thank you for letting me win, Yishuin said with a smile. Then, She put her sword back into its scabbard. I didn't go easy on you. It's Junior's sister who's amazing. The other party couldn't help but smile bitterly. Thinking about how he was at the late stage of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm and his powerful fist art, he was defeated before he could even use it. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. In a battle between experts, what they fought for was a split second. In that split second, he had been absent-minded because of his opponent's gentle and swaying figure and magnificent swordsmanship. Even though he had immediately regained his senses, he had already lost the initiative. Of course, if he were to fight again, he wouldn't be so easily affected if he was on guard. However, whether he could defeat his opponent in the end was still unknown. Another sword. All the spectators exclaimed in surprise. It was not easy to defeat an opponent of the same cultivation level with a single sword strike. It was a brilliant application of one's own strength, as well as the combination of one's high martial arts realm and outstanding combat ability. The battles continued one after another. In the 118th battle, Chen Zong stepped onto the stage. Chen Qingzong. Chao Tianxiong stared at Chen Zong with hatred in his eyes. Don't lose in the first battle. Chao Tianxiong had already defeated his opponent and successfully entered the second round. He hoped to defeat Chen Zong with his own hands. It has to be said that in the past month, he had put in a lot of effort and his strength had increased a lot. Seeing Chen Zong step onto the stage, the saber and sword maniac Zhang Tiequang couldn't help but straighten his back. This change was not obvious, but it was still noticed by the people around him. In Wind Blade, Yin Chong's eyes narrowed, and a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes. He recognized this person as the person who had avoided him on the Azure Cloud stairs more than a month ago. I hope you can enter the finals. Yin Chong smiled and said in a low voice. Chen Qingzong, I heard that you easily defeated Chao Tianxiong a month ago. Tan Li smiled and said, but I'm not trash like Chao Tianxiong. Either admit defeat or be injured by me. What will you choose? Tan Li's words provoked Chao Tianxiong. Chao Tianxiong's expression sank, and he clenched his fists. However, he knew that even though his strength had improved, he was still not Tan Li's match. Tan Li's cultivation was at the late stage of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm. Although he had an ordinary body, he was born with godly strength and cultivated a heavy fist. Once he attacked, it was earth-shattering. He had the title of breaking mountains with one punch. A rogue cultivator said, I recognize him. Tan Li's mountain-breaking fist is ferocious. I once saw him shatter a giant boulder with one punch. Another rogue cultivator said, oh, then his opponent is in trouble. Even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. River's splitting sword, Jiang Baichuan, stared at Shenzong. His superior sword intuition told him that this person was not simple, but he couldn't tell what was so special about him. Could it be an illusion? Jiang Baichuan secretly said, because no matter how he looked at it, he could not see anything extraordinary about Shenzong. Hearing the rogue cultivator's discussion, Family Mo, Feng Pingsheng, and the leader of the Black Tiger Gang all smiled. Family Mo and the leader of the Black Tiger Gang sneered, while Feng Pingsheng sneered. They were very clear about Chen Qingzong's strength. Even a 9th layer Foundation realm cultivator had been killed by him with one sword strike. No matter how powerful Tan Li was, could he compare to a 9th layer Foundation realm cultivator? No, even a rogue cultivator at the 8th layer of the Foundation realm could kill Tan Li. Idiot. Zhang Tai grinned. A month ago, his sword strike had failed to hit Qinzong. Although he didn't know how strong Qinzong was, he could infer that Qinzong was not weak. Tan Li might not be his match, but he dared to speak such arrogant words. If he wasn't an idiot, then what was? Make your move. Qinzong calmly said, you only have one chance. Oh, you mean you want to defeat me with one sword strike? Tan Li was startled and then laughed. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. I didn't think your mouth would be sharper than a sword. Many people around also laughed. They were mocking Qinzong for overestimating himself. Take my punch. Tan Li's laughter stopped, and he roared. His voice was like thunder as he took a step forward. His footsteps were heavy, like the shaking of a mountain. The entire stage seemed to tremble. Tanli clenched his fist, and his incomparably powerful right fist shattered the air in front of him. His fist was covered with a layer of earthy yellow chi, violent and heavy. Boom! An astonishing momentum surged. The air under his fist was compressed, forming a solid wall of chi that blasted towards Chunzong. The pressure was astonishing, and the wind whistled. What was even more powerful was that the punch was like an angry earth dragon. So strong. Innate divine strength coupled with the chi of a late 6th level foundation realm cultivator. The heavy mountain fist power is indeed terrifying. Even an early 7th level foundation realm cultivator might not be able to withstand it. A group of rogue cultivators exclaimed. The more they watched, the more they felt that the Blue Cloud sect was terrifying. If an outer sect disciple could display such strength, then what about an inner sect disciple? It had to be known that becoming an inner sect disciple was not an easy task. Without enough talent and strength, it was impossible. In other words, every inner sect disciple could be considered a first-rate genius in the outside world. Let me see how strong you are, Zhang Tiequang said to himself. Although he called Tanli an idiot, his reputation was not undeserved. Gukong took a deep breath and said, Brother Zhong, you can do it. As the heavy mountain fist arrived, one could vaguely see the shadow of a mountain. It had reached the transcendent realm. There weren't many outer sect disciples who could reach the transcendent realm, so it was even more eye-catching. The moment Tan Li's punch arrived, Chun Zong attacked with his sword. The white Hongjian pierced through the air with a flash of sword light. It was not a sword technique, but a simple stab. However, it pierced through the flaw in Tan Li's heavy mountain fist, causing the ferocious punch to instantly lose its strength, as if it was a snake that had been hit at its weakest point. The flash of sword light pierced through the fist energy and gently tapped on Tan Li's forehead, leaving behind a dark red spot. The sword returned to its sheath, and a soft sound reverberated in the surroundings. Tan Li's complexion kept changing and turning ashen. Defeated. He had actually been defeated. Moreover, he was defeated by a single strike from his opponent. Unbelievable, unbelievable, and unacceptable. At this moment, Tan Li's heart was indescribably complicated. Another strike. Amazing. I can't see through it. I can't see through it at all. A group of rogue cultivators exclaimed. Jiang Baichuan's pupils contracted because he could not see through that strike either. Good lad. A glint flashed across the inner sect elder's eyes. As an inner sect elder, there was no doubt about his cultivation level and strength. His eyesight was outstanding, so naturally, he could see through the mystery of Chun Zong's strike. It was a very ordinary strike. It was merely a stab. There did not seem to be any mystery in it, but that was the greatest mystery. A flaw attack. Using the flaw in the opponent's strike to achieve the greatest effect with the least energy consumption and defeat the opponent. Brother, good job. Gukong was very happy, even happier than when he advanced. Chao Tianxiong's pupils contracted rapidly, and his entire body was trembling out of fear. Chun Qingzong's strength was so terrifying that he defeated Tan Li with a single strike. Tan Li's strength was obviously much stronger than his. Good. Zhang Tiequang's eyes shone brightly, and he could not help but shout. His gaze was so sharp that it was as if he was going to pierce through Chun Zong. Interesting. Yin Chong was slightly startled, and then he smiled sinisterly. Chun Zong's strike had left a deep impression on everyone. The next round of the grand competition did not stop because of this. It continued. In the first round of the preliminaries, there were 256 people. 128 battles finally ended. 128 people were eliminated, and 128 people advanced to the second round of the preliminaries. Without any rest, the second round of the preliminaries began immediately after the first round ended. Those who could advance to the second round were not weak. Compared to the first round, the second round was more interesting. Good. This is amazing. The timing of this move is perfect. Duels after duels were fought, causing the spectators to slap the table in praise. Chapter 9, 67. Even though he was the center of attention, Duanlong's expression didn't change at all. He still gave off a cold feeling, and his eyes were cold as if they could be filled with killing intent at any moment. Dan Yunlong's opponent was at the mid-stage of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm. His performance in the first round was not bad, but when he faced Duanlong, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. After revealing a bitter smile, he hesitated and said, "I admit defeat." Duanlong was known as the Fiend Blood Sword. His sword was stained with countless amounts of blood, and he didn't hold back at all. Just look at his opponent in the first round, Miao Junfeng, who had suffered heavy injuries. His strength was not as good as Miao Junfeng's. Seeing his opponent admit defeat, Duanlong frowned and left the stage. He didn't even need to make a move to advance to the 3rd round. The battles continued one after another, giving people a sense of urgency. It was Gokong's turn again. Gokong's opponent was a disciple at the early stage of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm, and his weapon was a long blade. The sword was the main weapon of the Blue Cloud sect, followed by the blade, fists, palms, and legs. Gokong's cultivation was only at the late stage of the 5th layer of the Foundation realm. There was a clear gap between them, so his expression was serious. With his sword in hand, Gokong's eyes became sharp as if he was going to pierce through his opponent. "Watch my blade," his opponent roared. His momentum was shocking as he held the long blade with both hands, and a snow-white blade energy flew out. The early stage of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm surged out and covered the blade, causing it to move at an astonishing speed. Before the blade energy even arrived, the pressure from the blade caused Gokong's expression to change slightly. He felt like the air he breathed in had become sharp, as if his lungs were being cut open. When the blade energy arrived, Gokong quickly stepped off the ground and moved around the blade energy. He unsheathed his sword and shot out a ray of blue light. Under Chun Zong's guidance and actual combat, Gokong's cultivation had improved, his swordsmanship had improved, and even his footwork had improved significantly. Overall, his strength had increased tremendously. This opponent was not someone he could compare to in the first round. He had to use his full strength to contend with this opponent. Putting aside all distracting thoughts, Gokong cast aside his worries about winning and losing, and only wished to display his strength to the fullest. Activating the 5th level of the Little Green Yuan art, his true chi surged, condensing and circulating in his legs and right arm. The trance stage Cyan Light Sword art was also performed to the extreme. The blade could not be seen, only a nimble cyan sword light was constantly shooting out. In terms of cultivation method and sword art, Gokong was better than his opponent, but his biggest weakness was the difference in cultivation level. It was not a small difference, but the difference between the 5th and 6th layers of the Foundation realm. The difference between each level of the Foundation realm was like the difference between the 2 main meridians. It was very obvious, and unless one was a genius among geniuses, it would be very difficult to overcome. Even so, Gokong used all his strength and fought with the other party for a full quarter of an hour. After continuously maintaining his peak state for 7 or 8 minutes, when he finally exhausted his strength, his opponent seized the opportunity and forced him back with a slash, followed by a second slash, and then a third. After 3 consecutive slashes, Gokong's hand almost couldn't hold on to the sword anymore. He tried his best to hold on to it, but the web between his thumb and index fingers split open, dripping with blood. "Brother Zong, I've disappointed you." Gokong was a bit depressed. He originally thought that after his strength had greatly increased, he would have a good performance in the outer sect competition. He didn't expect to lose in the 2nd round. He couldn't help but feel a blow to his confidence. "You did very well." Chunzong smiled and patted Gokong's shoulder. Strength is made up of many aspects, and cultivation is a large part of it. To be able to fight with the other party for 7 or 8 minutes, even though your cultivation is clearly inferior, shows your ability. Don't belittle yourself. Stay true to your heart, and you will definitely achieve great things in the future. It has to be said that Chunzong's influence on Gukong was very big. Especially after this month, Gukong had developed an almost blind worship for Chunzong. Brother Zong, rest assured I will. Gukong was greatly motivated and quickly recovered from his depression. His eyes shined brightly. Cyan Light Sword Art Lu Zhenji went up on stage, but his opponent directly admitted defeat. Lu Zhenji couldn't help but shrug and helplessly leave the stage. One of the two sides that went up on stage next was a very strong-looking youth. His body seemed to be carved from stone and was filled with tyrannical strength. Both of his arms were wrapped in black bandages. These bandages weren't made of cloth, but of steel wire. They were of the common grade, medium grade. His name was Hong Gang. In the first round, Hong Gang threw out 3 punches and defeated his opponent. His performance was very good, but compared to other people who only used one sword strike to defeat their opponents, he was somewhat inferior. However, after the first round, Chunzong had been paying attention to him. This person's muscles were well proportioned, and each one of them contained a kind of power different from true qi. In Chunzong's opinion, this kind of power was somewhat similar to the strength a cultivator of Blue Wave's world's body tempering reached the transcendent realm. In addition to his true qi, Hong Gang also had true qi cultivation, but it wasn't high. He was only at the late 5th layer of the foundation realm. Hong Gang, come and fight. Hong Gang's opponent was at the mid-6th layer of the foundation realm. His true qi surged and covered his sword. His eyes flashed as he held his sword horizontally in front of him. His voice was like thunder. Fight! Hong Gang spat out a single word. His momentum was astonishing. He suddenly took a step forward and lowered his body slightly. Like the most vigorous cheetah, he instantly rushed out, giving people the feeling that all the muscles in his body were moving. His speed suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, Hong Gang had already crossed more than 10 meters and appeared in front of his opponent. His opponent's sword was still in front of him. He didn't have time to react. It wasn't until Hong Gang was in front of him that his opponent's expression changed. He slashed out with his sword, creating an astonishing whistling sound. Break! With another shout, Hong Gang's right foot heavily stomped on the hard ground of the stage. With a bang, the terrifying power seemed to make the stage shake violently. His right fist was like a drawn bow, stretching his muscles and bones to the maximum extent. Roar! Vaguely, there seemed to be a domineering and majestic roar coming from Hong Gang's body. It was the roar of a tiger, like the roar of a tiger in a forest. Chunzong was slightly startled and frowned. He was somewhat puzzled. This sound was very faint, like an illusion. It didn't come from Hong Gang's fist, but from his body. It was as if the power contained in his muscles had been stimulated to a certain extent. It was completely different from true qi. Feeling the terrifying power contained in Hong Gang's fist, Chunzong suddenly had a thought. Could this be the body refinement Tao of the Lingwu holy world? If that was the case, then just the body refinement Tao that Hong Gang had displayed was even more mysterious than the body refinement Tao of the Blue Wave's world. Under the majestic and domineering tiger roar, Hong Gang's fist became even more tyrannical. There was also a faint layer of true qi covering his fist, breaking through the air. The fist was like a meteor, earth-shattering. The complexion of Hong Gang's opponent changed greatly. He only had time to move his sword to block the trajectory of the fist. With a bang, an extremely terrifying power exploded in an instant. The sword bent inwards and directly hit the opponent's chest. The terrifying power surged, and a cautious sound came from the opponent's chest. That was the sound of bones breaking. The opponent was even more so sent flying and vomited blood. Good. Chunzong's eyes couldn't help but brighten. Hong Gang's punch was a combination of qi force and true qi that was suspected to be a body refinement Tao. No, to be more precise, Hong Gang's fist technique was a fist technique that was stimulated by true qi. The true qi from the body refinement Tao was only used as a supplement. However, punching still depended on the body. If the body's strength was tyrannical, the punches would naturally be more powerful. For a moment, Chunzong was a little more interested in Hong Gang. Not bad. This child's body refinement Dao is quite effective. He should have reached the 6th level of the Tiger Power Realm. The inner sect elder nodded secretly. Unfortunately, our Blue Cloud sect is not a body refinement sect. The sect also lacks a strong body refinement Dao. Unless this child has some other fortuitous encounter, it would be difficult for him to achieve much. The Blue Cloud sect was founded on sword. In terms of sword techniques, they were unique. However, in other aspects, they were more average, especially in the body refinement Dao, which was even more lacking. However, everyone had their own path and fate. It couldn't be forced. After defeating his opponent with a ferocious punch, Hong Gang's body landed on the ground. His tyrannical aura was instantly restrained, but his muscles still gave people a feeling that they were full of explosive power. If there are no accidents, this Hong Gang should be able to enter the top 16. An outer sect elder said, if this isn't his full strength, he might be able to fight for the top 10. Another outer sect elder nodded. That's hard to say. The current top 10 outer sect disciples have both talent and strength. Other than themselves, no one knows how many tricks they have up their sleeves. In the midst of the discussion, the next battle began. Not long after, it was Fei Hua's sword Yi Shiwen's turn. When Yi Shiwen unsheathed her sword, the fragrance of flowers filled the air. The flowers bloomed, making people feel as if they were in a garden. They couldn't help but be intoxicated. Her opponent's cultivation was not as high as hers. Therefore, under one sword, he couldn't resist and was defeated. It was Chunzong's turn again. In the first round, Chunzong defeated his opponent with only one sword. Many people couldn't see clearly. This round, everyone was prepared. They all stared with their eyes wide open, trying to figure out the reason. Don't even think about defeating me with one sword, Chunzong's opponent said coldly. His feet moved quickly. His body stretched out a series of afterimages in the air. A total of 3 afterimages followed him, giving people a feeling that it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. The 3 afterimages intertwined with the real body. They surrounded Chunzong and gradually narrowed the encirclement. This kid's phantom steps has been cultivated to the great success level. It seems that he is only a step away from the transcendent realm. An outer sect elder nodded. In this world, the talents of the practitioners could be divided into many types. Some people's talents were in the cultivation of Jinqi. Some people's talents were in the cultivation of Jinqi. Some people's talents were in the cultivation of Jinqi. Some people's talents were in the cultivation of Jinqi. If you chose to cultivate in the area that you were good at, you would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 968. The sense of space was very important to cultivators, especially those who practice weapons. Weapons were an extension of the hands and feet. Some were long and some were short. Cultivators had to be clear about the length of their weapons, but that was only the first step. The more profound step was to understand the distance. The distance between one's opponent and oneself had to be precise in order to be invincible. Accurately grasping the distance and knowing the speed of one's movements. When one thought it was slow, it was actually very fast. This was the sense of space. This sword seemed ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. What was even more puzzling was that it stabbed into the air. This kind of mistake was absolutely unacceptable for a qualified swordsman. In the next moment, a shocking and even horrifying scene appeared. A figure with 3 afterimages appeared under Chunzong's sword, as if it was deliberate, and this sword directly hit the opponent's real body. However, Chunzong's attack was light. He only touched the opponent's eyebrows and left a dark red mark. The opponent was not injured. Another sword. It's just a normal sword stab, but it's so shocking. This guy's swordsmanship is terrifying. It's too shocking. Old Jiang, with your swordsmanship, can you do it? The dark-skinned man next to Jiang Baichuan asked in a low, muffled voice. Jiang Baichuan did not answer directly. Instead, he frowned and pondered. After 10 breaths, he shook his head and said, I can do it, but it's a bit difficult. What? The dark-skinned man was shocked. Is this guy's swordsmanship better than yours? The dark-skinned man was considered one of the best among the many rogue cultivators in the Dongshan area. However, he did not practice swordsmanship and did not have extensive knowledge. Therefore, he was not sure about the level of swordsmanship cultivators. However, he knew very well that Jiang Baichuan's reputation was not undeserved. He was a real master. He had once fought with an elder of a 3-star force and won. That was when the elder's cultivation was slightly higher than Jiang Baichuan's. That battle had also established Jiang Baichuan's high status and reputation among the rogue cultivators in the Dongshan area. If even Jiang Baichuan admitted his inferiority, it meant that this disciple of the Blue Cloud sect had an astonishing level of attainment in swordsmanship. It was truly shocking. The eyes of the inner sect elder and the outer sect elders, who were hosting the grand competition, shone so brightly that it felt like they were going to melt Chunzong. What a shocking sword technique. The inner sect disciple with the dark green sword hanging by his waist said with a serious expression, "The higher one's swordsmanship attainment was, the more they could feel the terrifying power of Chunzong's sword. I hope he can become an inner sect disciple as soon as possible. When the time comes, I want to compete with him." The inner sect disciple crossed his swords behind his back. His eyes were extremely sharp and contained a hint of battle intent. "Gao Lu, although your dual swords are sharp, I don't think you could defeat him with the same level of cultivation." The burly inner sect disciple with a heavy saber on his back laughed. "Not necessarily." The dual swords Gao Lu laughed, but then a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. "Did you guys notice that his aura is very hidden? We can't see his cultivation at all." "I also have the same feeling, but the outer sect disciples are so young. At most, they should be at the peak of the 6th layer of the foundation realm." The inner sect disciple with the dark green sword hanging by his waist laughed. These 3 people were all well-known figures among the inner sect disciples. Not only were their cultivations high, but they were also very powerful and could challenge those above their level. The top 10 outer sect disciples all stared at Shinzong. However, Yang Chaofan's expression was still calm, and his eyes didn't change at all. It was obvious that from his point of view, the strength that the outer sect disciples had shown so far wasn't enough to threaten him. The 64 battles in the 2nd round ended with the final battle. Next up was the 3rd round. Compared to the first 2 rounds, the 3rd round was even more eye-catching. First of all, those who could enter the 3rd round were all powerful enough to be considered one of the best among the outer sect disciples. Second of all, after the 3rd round, it will be time for the top 32 to receive merit points from the sect. A total of 5,000 merit points could be exchanged for a high-grade mortal cultivation method or martial art. They could also be exchanged for pills to aid in cultivation. In this round, we should be able to see the strength of those people. In the first 2 rounds, the disciples who were the center of attention didn't use much strength to defeat their opponents. However, the opponents in the 3rd round would be even stronger. The first battle of the 3rd round of 32 began. In the first battle, both sides' cultivations and strengths were similar. The battle was very intense, and the winner was only decided after 15 minutes. The winner was also heavily injured, but he had successfully entered the top 32 and would receive 5,000 merit points. However, you wouldn't be able to enter the top 16. However, 5,000 merit points was already not bad. That was something that could only be obtained after completing more than 20 missions. Doing missions would inevitably be dangerous. If you didn't handle it well, you would die and lose everything. How could it be as smooth as a life and death competition? Second battle. Third battle. In the 5th battle, the Blood Fiend Sword Unit Dragon went on stage once more. "Junior brother Dan, please." Dan Yuanlong's opponent was a square-faced youth. He was 17 years old, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th layer of the Foundation Realm. His appearance and expression gave off a serious and righteous feeling. His name was Min Zheng, and just like his name, he used a pair of bronze rods. Unit Dragon didn't respond and slowly pulled out his sword. The blade was red, and the spine of the sword was a deep red, as if it was flowing. It gave people a creepy feeling. When the blood-colored sword was pulled out of its sheath, a shocking killing intent spread out. Min Jing's expression became increasingly solemn. His eyes suddenly widened as he spat out a thunderous roar from his mouth. His tongue emitted a thunderous roar as his pair of ancient bronze rods swept up a storm and struck out with a loud bang. It looked like a single strike, but it was actually formed by the convergence of dozens of attacks. Its power was astonishing, and it was enough to instantly smash 1,000 gene boulder into powder. The storm surged, and the pressure was shocking. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes widened. How would Unit Dragon deal with this attack? In an instant, an astonishing evil spirit burst out from the Unit Dragon. The evil spirit rolled, and red mist filled the air. The blood-red sword broke through the air like a thunderbolt, and the sword slashed out. What a shocking killing intent. Everyone was shocked. How many people did he kill? What a terrifying sword art. Those with good eyesight could see that Unit Dragon's sword art was a sword art cultivated by killing. The more it killed, the stronger it became. And Dan Yuanlong's fame was indeed built by killing. The power of this sword was shocking, and the killing intent was like a thunderclap. Min Jing's bronze rods paused for a moment, and the tyrannical power was instantly weakened. Kill! Min Jing's expression suddenly changed, and his pupils shrank. The killing intent from Unit Dragon's sword was too terrifying. It directly attacked one's mind and caused one's scalp to go numb. Cultivators who killed more were even more terrifying and frightening. The blood-colored sword turned into a blood-colored bolt of lightning that pierced through the pair of bronze rods and headed straight for Min Jing. Min Jing's pupils shrank like needles. He only felt a red light shoot toward him. The red light was like a cold star that caused Min Jing's body to feel cold. Pung! With a loud roar, his Zhen Qi erupted and rushed to his arms and rods. The power increased dramatically. One rod fiercely smashed out while the other quickly retracted to defend. That sword directly hit the bronze rods, and a terrifying power erupted. The killing intent caused Min Jing to slide back. His arms went numb, and he almost lost all feeling. His qi and blood were in chaos, and his Zhen Qi seemed to have been scattered. I admit defeat. Min Jing immediately opened his mouth. In this state, he had no strength to continue fighting. He needed to recover for a few breaths. A few breaths of time was enough for an expert like Unit Dragon to kill him several times over. Unit Dragon, who was about to stab out a second time, turned around and sheathed his sword. Min Jing took a deep breath and quickly adjusted himself. He looked at the bronze rod in his hand and saw a sword mark on it. Unit Dragon is too strong, an outer sect disciple exclaimed. This kind of strength is not inferior to some inner sect disciples. The three inner sect disciples watching the battle had serious expressions. Without a doubt, Unit Dragon made them feel threatened. It has to be said that Unit Dragon was only at the 6th layer of the Foundation Realm, while they were all at the 7th layer of the Foundation Realm. Even if Unit Dragon can't get into the top 3, he will probably become an inner sect disciple soon. At that time, it will be even more lively. The inner sect disciple with the heavy blade smiled. Green Radiance sword Lu Zhenji stepped onto the stage. Lu Zhenji's opponent bowed and said with a serious expression, "Senior brother Lu, please enlighten me." One sword, Lu Zhenji lazily said. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Zhenji immediately slashed out with his sword. The sword pierced through the air and disappeared, leaving behind only a ray of green light that shot out like a meteor. Fast was simply too fast. Just as his opponent reacted, the ray of green light was already in front of him. He could only barely block with his sword. Under the tyrannical impact, the sword in his hand deviated and the ray of green light landed on his throat. One sword. It really was one sword. Lu Zhenji defeated his opponent. Flying Flower Sword, Yi Shiwen unsheathed her sword, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. The sword disappeared, and the ray of green light turned into a blooming flower. It was so magnificent and magnificent that people couldn't help but be captivated by it. With another sword, Yi Shiwen defeated her opponent. It's Chen Qingzong's turn again. Who is his opponent? Hong Gang. Chen Qingzong against Hong Gang. Suddenly, everyone became excited. In the first round, Hong Gang's performance was not bad, but it wasn't that shocking. In the second round, Hong Gang showed amazing strength. On the other hand, Chen Zong's performance had been astonishing since the first round, attracting everyone's attention. Can Chen Qingzong defeat Hong Gang with one sword? I think it will be very difficult. Hong Gang's strength is not comparable to the previous people. Tanli is also not Hong Gang's opponent. We'll know after watching. His opponent was the outstanding Chen Zong. Hong Gang's face was full of excitement. He clenched his fists and kept colliding them. The sound of his fists was like the sound of a drum. His momentum was astonishing. On the contrary, Chen Zong didn't show any unusual expression because his opponent was Hong Gang. He was still very calm. However, in his heart, Chen Zong was very interested in Hong Gang's cultivation. Therefore, Chen Zong decided to let Hong Gang show his strength to his heart's content instead of rushing to defeat him. Chapter 969. Hong Gang bent his waist and raised his arms, one in front and one behind, making a strange fist posture. His eyes were as sharp as knives, staring at Chen Zong through the empty space between his fists. He stood on his tiptoes and only used his front feet to step on the ground. He walked with light steps like a cat. He was silent and gave people a strange feeling of agility. His muscles were like flowing water. He was like a cheetah quietly walking in the tall wild grass. He gradually approached his prey and was only waiting for the best distance and opportunity to pounce on him. Chen Zong stood still, allowing Hong Gang to move around him with light steps like a cat. Hong Gang's footsteps were silent. He moved around Chen Zong faster and faster, like a gust of wind. Suddenly, Hong Gang approached Chen Zong by 5 meters and appeared behind Chen Zong on the left. The corners of his eyes were shining like cold stars. His muscles and bones were humming, his strength was surging, and his genuine qi was surging. A tiger's roar came from his muscles and bones, like a tiger's roar in the forest. Hong Gang seemed to have turned into a tiger king. His muscles were vibrating, and pushed by a strong force, he crossed 5 meters in an instant and pounced. His hands were like fists and claws, but they were not. They were in between fists and claws. An amazing strength was condensed between his fingers, and the faint golden color gave people a sense of sharpness and invincibility. Chen Zong's performance in the previous 2 rounds made Hong Gang realize that he was a strong opponent. Therefore, Hong Gang used all his strength from the beginning. He used all his strength in both the path of body refining and the path of qi refining. He tried to defeat his opponent with one blow, or at least injure him. An amazing aura was condensed in Hong Gang's hands. The golden light was condensed, as if it had turned into a fierce tiger head. Hong Gang's fighting instinct was amazing, and he had rich fighting experience. He grasped the timing very well, and he attacked without hesitation, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. In close combat, the combination of the strength of the path of body refining and the path of qi refining made his strength even more powerful. This attack made many people's faces change. From afar, it looked like a fierce tiger pouncing. From the moment Hong Gang started to move, Chen Zong's soul sense fell on him. He carefully observed Hong Gang's every move because Chen Zong was very interested in Hong Gang's cultivation. Under such observation, Chen Zong was finally certain that Hong Gang was indeed practicing a body refining technique. The power of this attack had already reached the early stage of the 7th layer of the foundation realm. It has to be said that Hong Gang was only at the late stage of the 5th layer of the foundation realm. Just as Hong Gang's tiger claw was about to hit Chen Zong, the white great sword was unsheathed. A beam of white sword light pierced through the sky, following an extremely mysterious trajectory as it pierced towards Hong Gang. The long sword pierced through the air and collided with Hong Gang's tiger claw. In an instant, Chunzong felt two forces bombarding his sword. Chunzong's superb swordsmanship and sword Tao realm made the sword in his hand seem to be connected to his arm by blood. He could clearly feel the feeling of the sword. Of the two forces, one was true Qi and the other was similar to Qi force, but it felt more comprehensive than Qi force. The two forces hadn't completely fused, or else it wouldn't be two, but one. However, the two forces barely managed to fuse together. The power was quite shocking, but it was nothing to Chunzong. The sword was like a tree, and the force was like an ant that couldn't be shaken at all. Chunzong went straight to the point. The sword pierced through the tiger claw and headed straight for Hong Gang's heart. This sword was very skillful, so it didn't pierce Hong Gang's heart. However, the tyrannical force was endless, wave after wave. Not only did it temporarily collapse Hong Gang's power, but also made it impossible for him to adjust. He was forced back until he reached the edge of the stage. I lost. Hong Gang was a bit depressed. That sword made him understand that even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be Chunzong's match. Another sword to determine victory. Feng Pingshang smiled, and there was a hint of pride in his eyes. He wanted to announce loudly that this person was the master of the Seven Swords Towers, but he held himself back. After all, Chunzong had already resigned from his position as the master of the Seven Swords Towers. However, no matter what, Chunzong came from the Seven Swords Towers. His father, Chun Jinghong, had joined the Seven Swords Towers many years ago. However, I'll challenge you again soon. When that time comes, I'll defeat you. Hong Gang's expression brightened, and the trace of depression disappeared. His eyes were as bright as the sun, and his fighting spirit was astonishing. I hope so. Chunzong smiled. Failure wasn't scary. What was scary was being unable to recover after a setback. It didn't matter if someone could defeat him. He just had to work hard to catch up and surpass them. However, according to the trajectory of development, it was almost impossible for anyone who was defeated by him to catch up to him. At least, that was the case in the Blue Waves world. Chunzong wasn't sure if it would be the same in the powerful Lingwu Holy World, but he was looking forward to it. After defeating Hong Gang, Chunzong successfully entered the top 16 and obtained the qualification to challenge the top 10 Outer Sect disciples. Not long after, Flying Flower Sword, Yi Shiwen defeated her opponent again. However, this time, her opponent was very strong. He wasn't confused by her swordsmanship, and Yi Shiwen had to use more than 10 swords to defeat him. The fourth round of the preliminaries had ended. 16 people had advanced, and 16 people had been eliminated. However, even if those 16 people were eliminated, they would receive 5,000 merit points as a reward. Those who advanced would receive 10,000 merit points as a reward, regardless of whether they could enter the top 10 Outer Sect disciples or not. There are 3 major stages: elimination, qualification, and final. The Inner Sect elder spoke with a vigorous voice. His sharp eyes swept across the crowd, bringing a bit of pressure. Now that the preliminaries have ended, this elder would like to congratulate those who have entered the top 16. The skills you have displayed are very good, but you must remember not to be arrogant. Continue to work hard and go one step further. Those who had entered the top 16 stood on the martial arts stage. Most of them had an excited expression on their faces. They had finally reached this step, but there were some who had different reactions. For example, Yuan Long had a cold face. For example, Lu Zhenji had a somewhat lazy expression. For example, Yi Shiwen had a smile on her face, like a budding flower. For example, Chunzong had a calm expression on his face. Those who have entered the top 16 will each have a chance to challenge the top 10 Outer Sect disciples. The Inner Sect elder said. Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on the top 10 Outer Sect disciples. They were burning with fighting spirit. On the top 10 Outer Sect disciples, some of them were indifferent, some were arrogant, some were gloomy, and some did not care at all. Remember, everyone only has one chance. As long as you are in the top 10 Outer Sect disciples, you can challenge them. But remember, you cannot challenge the same person consecutively. the intersect elder emphasized. Now, this elder announces that the first half of the finals will begin. The challengers will be challenged from left to right. From left to right, the first challenger was a girl. She was one of the two female disciples other than Yishuan. Although she was a female disciple, her skin was dark and her body was strong. She was even stronger than many men, giving people a strong impression of a masculine woman. I want to challenge her. The big black girl's bull-like eyes were glowing as she slowly swept her gaze across the top 10 outer sect disciples. Soon after, she extended a thick and long finger and pointed at one of them. It was Su Ling, who was ranked 9th among the top 10 outer sect disciples. She was also one of the two females among the top 10 outer sect disciples. Big black girl, you will soon know what a mistake it is to challenge me. Su Ling was stunned at first, then she stood up. Accompanied by a burst of crisp laughter, her body flew up like a feather and landed on the martial arts stage. Only the big black girl and Su Ling were left on the martial arts stage. I will defeat you, the big black girl said with a serious face. Her voice was loud and muffled. Soon after, she pulled out the big blade on her back. The blade was black and the shape was simple. It gave people a feeling of heaviness. The blade fell on the martial arts stage. As the big black girl ran forward and dragged the blade, it made an ear-piercing sound and countless sparks flew. The big black girl was not only tall and sturdy, but her strength was also shocking. Like a mad bull, she rushed toward Su Ling. When she was 5 meters away, the black heavy blade she was dragging suddenly swung forward. A black blade light broke through the air like a waterfall. The power of the blade was fierce, and the pressure of the blade was shocking. The wind from the blade made people's scalps tingle. Su Ling, who had just landed, could not help but have a slight change in her expression. This blade made her feel threatened. The tip of her foot lightly touched the ground. Su Ling's body seemed to be weightless and flew up again. She was like a feather spinning in the wind. The big black girl held the black heavy blade with both hands. Her arms collided in a circle. Fierce and unparalleled, the shocking blade light was like a storm that wreaked havoc around her body. There was only one word to describe it: berserk. Yes, the big black girl held the heavy blade with both hands and became incomparably berserk. Under such circumstances, people with similar strength would not be able to resist and would be defeated immediately. Su Ling's cultivation was about the same as the big black girl. However, she was worthy of being one of the top 10 outer sect disciples. Her movement technique was superb and mysterious. She did not run away. Instead, she weaved in and out of the black blade storm. Whenever the blade came close to her, the strong wind would cause her body to float, and she would naturally avoid it. This was a mortal-level high-rank movement technique of the trance stage. Just this point alone made Su Ling somewhat invincible against this big black girl. The big black girl's strength was strong and her breath was long. She waved the black blade for a quarter of an hour, but she still could not defeat Su Ling. However, Su Ling was not feeling well either. Maintaining this movement technique consumed a lot of her strength. Fortunately, after a while, the big black girl's black blade paused slightly. Su Ling knew that her chance to counterattack had come. Her body suddenly floated forward. The thin sword at her waist was unsheathed. It turned into a beam of light that pierced through the black storm and pierced towards the big black girl. The sword was light and fast. The big black girl quickly waved her blade to block it. However, once the thin sword was launched, it was like a continuous rainstorm. There was not a single gap between the attacks. 5 consecutive stabs landed on the same spot on the black blade. Suddenly, the thick black blade was split open. The thin sword turned into a beam of light and pierced straight through. This sword was beyond the big black girl's reaction. She was terrified and her hair stood on end. However, in the end, the thin sword stopped at the big black girl's throat. It was just a little bit away from piercing her throat and coming out from the back of her neck. Why aren't you admitting defeat? Su Ling's clear voice sounded with a smile on her face. I admit defeat. The big black girl was very straightforward. In this situation, It was obvious who would win or lose. If she did not admit defeat, she would be too shameless. Chapter 970. Author's note. I went back to my hometown and only just caught up. The Blue Cloud sect was founded on the sword, and there were many disciples who practiced the sword. Among the top 10 outer sect disciples, 7 of them practiced the sword, and Su Mu also practiced the sword. As soon as Su Mu's swordsmanship was unleashed, it was like a curtain of rain, airtight and continuous. His opponent could only constantly block and retreat, unable to find any opportunity to counterattack. Of course, if one was strong enough, they could also defend until the opponent was exhausted before launching a counterattack. Unfortunately, this person couldn't do that. Su Mu broke through the opponent's defense. His incomparably swift sword light pierced through the opponent's body, leaving behind 9 sword holes. However, this was the grand competition of the sects, and not a fight between enemies. Thus, although the 9 sword wounds looked shocking, they were only superficial wounds. Even if no medicinal powder was used, the wounds would heal in a short period of time. In the 2 battles, Su Mu and Su Ling had both kept their seats. However, this was only the beginning. There might be more challengers, so they could not relax. The 3rd battle, the challenger was Duan Long, took a step forward and landed on the stage. His cold and sharp eyes swept across the crowd, causing everyone to hold their breaths. Without a doubt, Duan Long was very famous, and the strength he had displayed was also very shocking. Even the top 10 had to take him seriously. Then, who would Duan Long choose as his opponent? When Duan Long's cold and sharp eyes swept across him, Su Mu's expression changed slightly. His muscles tightened, and he felt nervous for no reason. Just from the strength Duan Long had shown in the previous battles, Su Mu felt that if he went all out, he might not be able to beat him. He might even be defeated. However, under the rule of not being able to challenge the same person consecutively, even if Duan Long wanted to challenge him, he would not be able to do so. Thinking about this, Su Mu could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He did not realize that his state of mind had been affected. Su Ling was also nervous. She had no choice. Her ranking was higher than Su Mu's, but her strength was not that much higher. Moreover, she was already 1 battle away, so she could be challenged. Dan Yuanlong's eyes finally landed on the 7th place, Yin Chong. You will regret challenging me. Yin Chong smiled evilly. He did not move, but his body shot up into the sky and fell down. A mere 7th place. What nonsense are you spouting? Dan Yuanlong retorted sharply. You're courting death. Yin Chong was enraged. Before his body had completely fallen, the long saber at his waist had already been unsheathed and slashed in the air. Yin Chong's saber was gray in color, and there were traces of veined patterns on it. It looked very mysterious, and when the saber pierced through the air, it was accompanied by a whining sound that made one's scalp go numb. A cold wind blew. Duan Tianlong's face was cold, and there seemed to be a little bit of coldness blooming in the depths of his eyes. He stared at the blade that was coming down from the sky and did not dodge. His right hand, however, had already grasped the hilt of his sword. True Qi surged, and a blood-red aura filled the air. Killing intent rose, and all of it rushed toward the long sword at his waist. Those with keen perception could feel that a terrifying, baleful aura was condensing in the long sword at the waist of Duan Long, waiting to explode. Yin Chong was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His face could not help but change. Duan Tianlong, who was surrounded by a blood-red aura, was actually a clear threat to him. Yin Chong fully activated his true qi, and as it rushed, it poured into the long saber in his hand. The saber trembled, and the sound was like the crying of ghosts. The black true qi covered the saber and turned into a terrifying saber light. The cold wind became even more intense, blowing in all directions. The temperature dropped rapidly, and it made people feel like they were in a cold night. 3 severing, chilling winds slash. In less than a breath's time, Yin Chong's body fell, and the long saber in his hand slashed out 3 times. Each saber light was a few meters long, and Inchong had used all of his strength without holding back. Dan Yuanlong's threat was very strong, and Inchong had to change his mind and attack with all of his strength. He wanted to defeat Dan Yuanlong in a short period of time, so as to avoid any unexpected changes. The three severing chilling wind slash was Inchong's signature move. In an instant, a beam of blood-red light with a shocking sharpness and rolling, baleful aura shot out from the scabbard. It was unparalleled and indestructible. The moment the blood-red sword light left the scabbard, a shocking, baleful aura rushed into Inchong's body, causing his face to palpitate. Inchong was indeed very strong, but the number of people he had killed was not as many as Dan Yuanlong. Not to mention, Dan Yuanlong's fortuitous encounter was related to his cultivation technique and sword art. The more baleful aura there was, the more powerful it was. The baleful aura that Inchong accumulated from killing people was just pure baleful aura and could not be used effectively. The difference was obvious. Under the impact of the baleful aura, even though Inchong was not afraid, his skin felt numb, and his blood and chi flow was affected. This was completely out of his control. The blood-red sword light was extremely dazzling, and it pierced through the space in front of him. Slash! A loud roar sounded, and it seemed to increase the power of the three severing, chilling wind slash. Everyone's eyes widened. They did not expect that Dan Yuanlong and Inchong would use the ultimate move in their first move and directly decide the winner. The blood-red sword light smashed the first blade light like a hot knife through butter, and then the second blade light, and then the third blade light. It was a head-on collision, and there were no tricks. However, every time it smashed a blade light, it would consume a lot of energy. The moment it collided with the third blade light, both sides collapsed. Kill! Inchong shouted again. His body landed on the ground, and his feet stomped on the ground. His body twisted in a strange way, and he exerted force from his waist, slashing his long blade horizontally. The angle of this slash was exquisite, and its speed was even more shocking. However, Dan Yuanlong's reaction was extremely fast. He did not withdraw his sword, but followed the momentum and slashed down, defying common sense. Blade and sword collided. In that instant, Dan Yuanlong and Inchong's figures crossed each other, and only a blood-red sword light and a black blade light separated, slowly dissipating in the air. The two were 2 meters apart, with their backs facing each other. Inchong did not move, and Dan Yuanlong slowly returned to the scabbard. The friction between the sword and the scabbard was especially ear-piercing. Drip! It was the sound of a drop of blood falling to the ground. It was soft but clear. It was Inchong's blood, dripping from the back of his hand. Putting his blade back into the scabbard, Inchong did not say a word and walked down from the stage. Everyone was shocked. Walking down from the stage was the same as admitting defeat. Most of the people did not understand, but a few of them roughly knew why Inchong did that. The moment Inchong and Dan Yuanlong passed each other, he waved his long blade dozens of times. His speed was extremely fast, and those who were not powerful enough could not even see it. However, Dan Yuanlong only threw out one sword attack, and it was that one sword attack that had shattered Inchong's dozens of attacks and pierced toward his heart. At the critical moment, Inchong twisted his body, turning the impossible into possible. However, he still could not avoid it completely, and the back of his hand was wounded. Avoiding that sword attack had taken Inchong's full power, and there was also a bit of luck involved. Even Inchong himself was not sure if he could do it again. From this, one could tell that Dan Yuanlong was very powerful. However, if he wanted to fight, Inchong could still do it. However, he chose to admit defeat. It was probably because he wanted to preserve some of his power and avoid getting wounded, so he could challenge again later. That was indeed Inchong's plan. Dan Yuanlong won, becoming the first disciple to defeat a top 10 disciple, and sat on Inchong's seat, temporarily ranked 7th. The 4 challenge did not stop because of this, and it immediately began. I challenged Sumo. The challenger of the 4th challenge directly named his opponent. There was no other way. In the top 10, every one of them was very powerful. Only Su Mu was ranked the lowest, and his strength was also the weakest. He had the highest chance of defeating and replacing him. Basically, the 9th and 10th ranked disciples were more dangerous and easy to challenge. Su Mu went up the stage and immediately erupted with his full power. Sword light was like a torrential rain, and it was airtight. His opponent could only block and then be defeated. At this point, Su Mu's strength was clearly seen by everyone. If someone wanted to deal with him in the future, it would be much easier. However, there was no other way. If he did not use his full power now, he would only be defeated, and he would not even be able to maintain the 10th place. As for the outcome of the later battles, it would be seen later. The 5th battle began, and the challenger was the 8th ranked Jin Ho. Jin Ho's figure was small and thin. His eyes were black and bright, giving people a feeling that he was very agile. As soon as he went up the stage, Jin Ho displayed shocking agility. He was like a monkey leaping in the forest, calmly avoiding all of his opponent's attacks. Grabbing the opportunity, he clenched his fists and attacked with shocking agility. He attacked continuously, making his opponent completely lose the chance to counterattack. Many parts of his body were hit. The power of each of Marquis Jin's punches was not very strong, and he could completely block them. However, the difficulty lay in the fact that there were many punches, and each punch contained a strange force, causing the parts that were hit to instantly lose their strength. When Jin Ho stopped attacking, the challenger's figure wobbled, and he staggered back like a drunk man. After taking a dozen steps back, he fell on his butt, and his entire body was limp and powerless. Jin Ho's figure jumped and landed on the top 10 seats nimbly and sat down again. None of the top 10 are easy to provoke. Only Su Mu is the weakest. The 6th battle began, and the challenger was Su Ling. In the end, he was defeated by Su Ling. It was not easy for the latecomers to catch up. Up until now, only Duan Long had won the 6 battles. The challenger for the 7th battle was Green Radiance Sword Lu Jinji. Like Duan Long, Lu Jinji was undoubtedly a very strong opponent, which made Su Mu nervous. Su Mu had a feeling that he might not be Lu Jinji's opponent. Therefore, if he challenged him, the result was very likely that he would lose. However, Lu Jinji's gaze swept across Su Mu's face, and he did not seem to have any intention of picking him. This made Su Mu feel gratified, but at the same time, angry that he was being looked down upon. Lu Jinji's gaze landed on Yang Chaofan. A trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes, and then he looked away. Actually, he really wanted to challenge Yang Chaofan, but unfortunately, he did not have any confidence. He only had one chance to challenge him, so he had to enter the top 10 first. Lu Jinji pointed at one of the top 10. It was the 6th ranked Windwalker Tan Lai. Chapter 971. Whirlwind Kick. With a low shout, Tan Lai's body was still in the air when his legs started to spin rapidly, creating a strong whirlwind. The whistling sound was shocking. Lu Jinji's usual lazy appearance was replaced by a cold and solemn expression. His eyes flashed as he unsheathed the long sword at his waist, turning it into a beam of cyan sword light that pierced through the air. Whirlwind Kick was a mid-grade, mortal-level martial art. When Tan Lai used it, its power was shocking. It had reached the peak of Transpirit and was only a step away from perfection. Lu Jinji also used a mid-grade, mortal-level cyan light sword art, which had also reached the peak of Transpirit. They were both mid-grade mortal-level martial arts and had both reached the peak of Transpirit. Their cultivation was also the same. When they used it, the power was shocking. The whirlwind whistled and cyan light flashed. In just a few breaths of time, the two sides had exchanged dozens of blows. Their auras surged and their chi overflowed. So far, this was the most intense battle. It was even more intense than the battle between Duan Long and Yin Chong. People couldn't help but hold their breath for fear of disturbing them. It was just a mid-grade mortal-level martial art, but the two of them were performing it to their heart's content. Soon after, the two seemed to have a tacit understanding. Tan Lai's leg technique changed. His chi surged, and his aura became even stronger. Whirlwind kick, high-grade, mortal level. Cyan light sword hair, high-grade, mortal level. Both of them had also reached the trans-spirit stage. In martial arts cultivation, it was easy to get started. Small success was not difficult. Large success could be achieved as long as one was willing to put in effort and time. However, trans-spirit and perfection needed to be comprehended. One had to first reach large success, then settle down, comprehend, and finally comprehend. Therefore, those who could cultivate martial arts to trans-spirit were often outstanding. Those who could cultivate to perfection were even more difficult. As for martial intent, it was too difficult. It was hard to find one in 10,000. The martial arts under the trance level were able to move each and every move as if they had the help of the gods. They had already broken away from the stage of Deshang, where they could execute moves according to the moves and counter the moves according to the moves. They were able to use the moves of each martial art flexibly. A whirlwind blew, and there were continuous roars. A cyan light shuttled back and forth, either straight or in an arc. The two's strength was evenly matched. The battle was fierce and lasted for a while. Fight, fight, fight! Tan Lai suddenly leaped into the air. Using his legs, he began to spin rapidly in midair. His body turned into a shocking whirlwind as he executed the whirlwind kick to the extreme. However, Tan Lai's whirlwind kick was not used to attack, but to borrow momentum. After accumulating his power to the peak, Lin Fan unleashed the most powerful attack of the windstorm kick art. With a loud boom, the gigantic shadow of the kick created a terrifying windstorm. It was as if it could destroy the entire stage with a single kick. Lu Xinji's face turned serious. He took a deep breath and poured all of his Zhen Qi into the long sword in his hand. A green light quickly moved on the sword's spine. It was so bright that no one could look at it directly. A sword pierced through the air. The sword disappeared, and so did the arm. Only a dazzling green light pierced through the air. This was the most powerful move of the green ray sword technique. Victory or defeat would be decided at this moment. Rumbling sounds reverberated as energy overflowed and swept out in all directions, making it difficult for people to look straight at it. Everything disappeared. Lu Xinji and Tan Lai stood still on the martial arts stage. Victory and defeat had been decided. A dark red dot appeared between Tan Lai's eyebrows. "You've won this battle," Tan Lai said with some reluctance as he walked off the martial arts stage. He could still fight, but Lu Xinji was indeed very powerful. Now was not the time to use his full strength. In the 8th battle, the challenger failed. In the 9th battle, the challenger failed. In the 10th battle, the challenger failed. In the 11th battle, the challenger was Chunzong. Chunzong stepped onto the martial arts stage. "Fight with me," Zhang Tiequang said directly. "Yes," Chunzong said. Originally, Chunzong planned to challenge Yang Chaofan directly and win the first place. However, since Zhang Tiequang took the initiative, he decided to give him a chance. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. While laughing, Zhang Tiequang jumped up like a bouncing star and fell from the sky. He unsheathed both the long sword and the long saber on his back. The light of the blade and the shadow of the sword filled the sky. He instantly attacked with 100% Jin Qi. Everyone was shocked. 7th LV of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Zhang Tiequang's cultivation has already reached the 7th LV of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Exclamations rose one after another. The 7th LV of the Foundation Establishment Realm was the threshold for inner sect disciples. The other outer sect disciples were also shocked. Even Yang Chaofan was a bit surprised. However, it only lasted for a moment. An early LV of the Foundation Establishment Realm using 100% of his Jin Qi. Moreover, it was the Jin Qi of LV5 cultivation method. It was even more shocking. Sword and saber attacks. Slash. Shocking sword and saber chi filled the martial arts stage. There was nowhere to hide. Even an ordinary 6th LV of the Foundation establishment realm would find it hard to resist. The outer sect disciples all had serious expressions. This Zhang Tiekwang is only 15 or 16 years old. A rogue cultivator bitterly smiled. A 15 or 16-year-old 7th LV of the Foundation establishment realm. How shocking. The other rogue cultivators were the same. Although they were the best among the rogue cultivators when they were 15 or 16 years old, some of them hadn't even reached the 4th LV of the Foundation establishment realm. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Shenzong raised his head and stared at Zhang Tiekwang, who was falling from the sky. The sword and saber had slashed out dozens of times in an instant. It looked like a single attack. This was the sword and saber crazy attack. It was a very violent attack that was purely destructive. Lu Zhenji's expression was serious. This attack was even stronger than Tan Lai's attack. He wasn't confident he could block it. Duan Long also stared at Zhang Tiekwang. His expression didn't change, but his heart wasn't as calm. Facing this tyrannical attack, Chunzong didn't have any intention of dodging. He unsheathed the white great sword and directly pierced through the air. This sword was covered in a blue light. It was the blue light sword art. Is this trance? No, it feels even higher than trance. There's an indescribable charm to it. That is perfection. A sword art at the perfection stage. Exclamations continued. This is not perfection, but martial intent. The outer sect elders and inner sect elders were all shocked. Although the blue light sword art was only a mid-grade mortal sword art, it was not easy to cultivate it to the perfection stage, not to mention mastering martial intent. For a moment, the outer sect elders began to reflect on themselves. There was such a character among the outer sect disciples, but they didn't know about it. It was a dereliction of duty, a great dereliction of duty. If they had known about it earlier, they could have taken him as a disciple and trained him well, bringing glory to their sect. The inner sect elders' eyes were shining. Among the inner sect disciples, there were some who had cultivated martial arts to the martial intent stage, but it was very rare. Every inner sect disciple was ranked at the top. Chunzong's sword immediately made Zhang Tiekwang feel threatened. The sword and saber crazy attack suddenly changed. Saber tiger, saber dragon, finishing move. The long saber roared like a tiger, and the long sword roared like a dragon. The saber light was like a tiger, and the sword light was like a dragon. The dragon and the tiger intertwined. This attack was twice as strong as the sword and saber crazy attack. But Chenzong's sword didn't change at all. It went directly between the saber tiger and the sword dragon. The saber and sword separated, and the sword went straight for the heart. The tyrannical power directly hit Zhang Tiekwang's chest. It was skillful, so it didn't pierce through Zhang Tiekwang's body. It was like a hammer. A muffled drum beat sounded, and Zhang Tiekwang's Zhenqi protection was instantly scattered. His whole body flew into the air, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. One sword strike defeated Zhang Tiekwang, who was at the early 7th layer of the Foundation realm. This scene shocked everyone. Yang Chaofan's expression finally changed. For the first time, his eyes revealed a dignified expression as he looked at Chunzong. Good sword skill. Zhang Tai fell to the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He bitterly smiled. He originally thought that after a month of hard work, he would be able to defeat Chunzong with his transcendent sword and saber-crazy attack. He didn't think that he would be the one to be defeated. Moreover, he wasn't defeated after a fierce battle, but in one sword strike. Although he was unwilling, he had to admit it. Strength. This was absolute strength. A strength that could crush everything. The outer sect disciples and rogue cultivators were even more shocked. Only Feng Pingsheng, the head of Family MO, and the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, didn't change their expressions. They had all seen Chenzong kill a 9th-layer Foundation realm expert with their own eyes. The 3 inner sect disciples' expressions greatly changed. The double-sword Gao Lu, who had threatened to fight Chenzong, revealed a bitter smile. This kind of strength was not weak at all. If he fought against Qinzong, he might not be able to win. Moreover, it seemed like that wasn't Qinzong's full strength. He had underestimated him. Zhang Tiequang was ranked third in the top 10. However, he was defeated and replaced by Qinzong. Yi Shijuan blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Qinzong. Qinzong faintly smiled, and so did Yi Shijuan. That sword strike wasn't his full strength, right? Yang Chao Fan suddenly spoke. His voice was calm, but it contained a trace of seriousness. This was the first sentence Yang Chao Fan had spoken since the start of the match. What is your talent? Qinzong asked. He didn't do it on purpose, but out of curiosity. It was said that Yang Chao Fan was born extraordinary and had an amazing talent, but as for what it was, very few people knew. Perhaps you will know. Yang Chao Fan stared deeply at Qinzong, then withdrew his gaze and didn't speak anymore. In the 11th battle, the challenger was defeated again. In the 12th battle, the challenger was also defeated. In the 13th battle, Flying Flower Sword Yi Shijuan stepped onto the stage. Cousin, come and compete with me. Yi Shijuan looked at Yi Shijuan with a smile. Both of them came from a 3-star force, the Yi family, and were cousins. Yi Shijuan didn't hesitate and directly jumped up. Her slender legs crossed in the air, and she lightly landed on the ground. The sword was unsheathed, and the sword light was like a blooming flower. The flower's stamen poured out, and the sword light broke through the air. At the same time, Yi Shijuan's sword was also unsheathed. What came out of the sheath was not a sword, but a mass of sword light. The sword light quickly spread out like a net, covering the blooming flower. Cyan Luo sword. When the sword came out of Cyan Luo, it was like an inescapable net, and there was nowhere to hide. Blood bloomed and withered, constantly alternating between illusion and destruction. Yi Shijuan's body followed the sword, shuttling through the net of swords, constantly approaching Yi Shijuan. Yi Shijuan stood still and waved her sword, interweaving into net after net of swords. The net of swords continued to encircle Yi Shijuan. Either Yi Shijuan broke through the net of swords and attacked Yi Shijuan, or Yi Shijuan was trapped by the net of swords and finally defeated. Chapter 972. Flying Flower Sword Yi Shijuan lost, while Green Luo's sword Yi Shijuan kept her spot. In the next few battles, Su Mu was challenged and lost. After the 16 battles, there were some changes in the top 10. First seat, Yang Chao Fan. Second seat, Yi Shijuan. Third seat, Qinzong. Fourth seat, Huang Tianqi. Fifth seat, Yu Haoran. Sixth seat, Lu Zhenji. Seventh seat, Yuan Long. Eighth seat, Jin Ho. Ninth seat, Su Ling. 10th seat, Ma Yunlong. First, I would like to congratulate all of you who have won the challenges. The inner sect elder smiled and said, but don't be too proud because this is only the first half of the finals. There is still the second half and the final. In the second half, all of you who were defeated will have a chance to challenge the top 10 again. If you win, you will be able to get back into the top 10. As the inner sect elder finished his words, Su Mu, Yin Chong, Tam Lai, and Zhang Tiequang's eyes lit up. Their chance had come. They were obviously unwilling to be defeated, because only by getting into the top 10 would they be able to get a great reward. Otherwise, why would they train so hard? I announced that the second half of the finals has begun. As the inner sect elder finished his words, Su Mu immediately stepped onto the stage. I want to challenge Su Ling. Su Mu pointed his sword at Su Ling. Right now, among the top 10, the one who had the highest chance of being defeated by him was Su Ling. He was no match for the others. Su Ling was not surprised either. She stood up and landed lightly on the stage. She took out her thin sword. Su Mu's sword was like a storm, while Su Ling's was like a drizzle. The two sword arts were similar, and their attacks were 70 to 80% similar as well. Their attacks were fast and dense. The two swords clashed continuously, shooting out thousands of sparks. Su Mu wanted to defeat Su Ling to get back into the top 10, while Su Ling wanted to keep her spot. Both of them were trying their best. Under normal circumstances, Su Mu's power was slightly weaker than Su Ling's. But under the intense desire to win, his potential was further stimulated. They were evenly matched. Attacking with attacking, it was extremely intense. In the end, the two did not even use their movement arts. They used all of their Jin Qi on their sword arts. Lose! Su Mu roared, and the dozens of sword lights suddenly condensed into one. It was the most powerful, majestic, and shocking, like a thunderbolt that broke through the curtain of rain. This move was one of Su Mu's hidden techniques. Su Ling was caught off guard and her thin sword was deflected. Su Mu won, Su Ling lost. But even if Su Mu won, his countenance was pale and his entire body was filled with fatigue. It was too difficult. This victory was simply too difficult. The second to issue a challenge was Inchong. Inchong's cold eyes glanced over the top 10 and paused slightly at Shenzhou. At first, he had planned to choose Shenzhou, but Shenzhou was so strong that he was afraid of him. He was afraid that he would lose and miss the top 10, so he had to change his target. Ma Yunlong. Inchong stared coldly at Ma Yunlong. Su Mu had won against Su Ling, so he couldn't be challenged. In comparison, Ma Yunlong seemed to be easier to deal with. Ma Yunlong couldn't help but smile bitterly. He could defeat Su Mu because of his strength, but he wasn't that much stronger than Su Mu. Inchong's strength wasn't weak, and Ma Yunlong didn't have much confidence to keep the top 10. But since he was challenged, he had to fight with all his strength. Chop! A chilly wind blew, and a dense blade light shot out, piercing through the air. Ma Yunlong's expression was solemn. He leaped up, and his spear pierced through the air like a rainbow. In the Blue Cloud sect, there were many sword cultivators and very few spear cultivators. Ma Yunlong was one of them, and he was one of the best. Inchong seemed to be venting all his anger from the previous defeat with a long blade in his hand. One blade followed by another, and each blade was endless. Ma Yunlong's long spear danced, like a dragon dancing in the air. Every attack was not only fast, but also shockingly powerful. This kind of battle was even more intense and shocking. Chilly Wind Triple Slash. The terrifying three-blade attacks shattered Ma Yunlong's offense, and he could only rotate his long spear to defend. But he couldn't resist the third blade and was sent flying, bleeding profusely. Inchong won. The third battle was initiated by Tan Lai. Without any hesitation, Tan Lai directly called out Jin Ho. This was an unavoidable battle, and Jin Ho knew this as well, so he faced it calmly. Jin Ho landed on the ground and immediately used his agile movement technique. He knew that his strength wasn't as good as Tan Lai's, so he planned to use guerrilla tactics, using his agile movement technique to exhaust his opponent's strength. However, Tan Lai specialized in leg techniques. Although his body wasn't as agile as Jin Ho, his speed wasn't inferior. His pair of long legs almost disappeared and turned into a gust of wind, constantly closing in on Jin Ho. He kept kicking, and every kick was shockingly powerful. Boom, boom, boom. The entire martial arts arena was filled with raging winds, and every gust of wind was extremely powerful, causing most of the outer sect disciples to tremble in fear. Jin Ho constantly relied on his agile body to dodge, shuttling through the gaps of the gust of wind. This tactic might work against those who were slow, but to Tan Lai, it was just delaying for a bit more time. It was equivalent to a deathbed struggle. In a moment of carelessness, Jin Ho was brushed by Tan Lai's terrifying leg wind. His body swayed, and he couldn't dodge the second leg. With a bang, Jin Ho flew out and coughed up blood. Although he wasn't weak, his main weakness was his agility. His attack and defense were lacking, so he couldn't resist. The fourth battle was initiated by Zhang Tiequan. Zhang Tiequan's cultivation level was at the early 7th layer of the Foundation Realm. Aside from the top 3, everyone who hadn't been challenged became nervous. Lu Zhenji, Yu Haoran, Huang Tianqi. Zhang Tiequan's gaze swept across everyone. To be safe, he had to get into the top 10 first. Zhang Tiequan's finger stopped moving and landed on Yu Haoran. Yu Haoran was filled with hatred. He wasn't weak, but Zhang Tiequan was stronger. He wasn't Zhang Tiequang's match. Even so, Yu Haoran didn't plan on admitting defeat. I'll only use one move. If you can take it, you win, Yu Haoran said in a clear voice. Zhang Tiequang sneered. Any smart person could see what Yu Haoran was thinking. He was afraid of being injured by Zhang Tiequang, so he proposed to use one move. If he couldn't defeat Zhang Tiequang in one move, then he would lose and leave the stage safely. If he was lucky enough to win, then that would be even better. After Yu Haoran finished speaking, he immediately mobilized his true qi. A faint aura rose, and a tyrannical aura spread out. He held the sword with both hands and instantly unsheathed it. A majestic sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. This was Yu Haoran's most powerful move. The moment Yu Haoran unsheathed his sword, Zhang Tiequang also unsheathed his saber. He raised his saber high, and a faint tiger's roar could be heard. It was like a fierce tiger descending from a mountain. With a bang, Yu Haoran's majestic sword light was shattered. His sword flew out of his hand, and his hand split open. His entire body flew out while coughing up blood. Standing up, Yu Haoran covered his chest with one hand and angrily pointed at Zhang Tiequang with the other. When did I promise you that? Zhang Tiequang sneered, making Yu Haoran choke and leave the stage. Zhang Tiequang won and replaced Yu Haoran. There were changes in the top 10. First place, Yang Xiaofan. Second place, Yi Shijuan. Third place, Chen Zong. Fourth place, Huang Tianqi. Fifth place, Zhang Tiequang. Sixth place, Lu Jinji. Seventh place, Yuan Long. Eighth place, Tenlai. Ninth place, Su Mu. 10th place, Yin Chong. This elder congratulates you for entering the top 10 and also for entering the finals. The inner sect elder laughed. He felt that this year's outer sect grand competition had brought him some surprises. Not bad. In the final round, everyone has 3 chances to challenge, and they can give up. The final ranking after the competition will be the final ranking of the outer sect grand competition. Now, this elder announces the start of the finals. Challenges will start from the 10th place. The 10th place was Yin Chong. Yin Chong's eyes were cold. His mind raced as he analyzed everyone's strength and probability of victory. In the end, he chose Su Mu. I give up. Su Mu was very direct. Yin Chong's strength was indeed not something he could compete with. Plus, he had not completely recovered his Zhen Qi from the battle with Su Ling. Yin Chong replaced Su Mu and entered the 9th place. The second challenger was Su Mu. I give up. Su Mu was a very straightforward person. He was very open-minded. The other 9 people in the top 10 were all very strong. There was an 80% to 90% chance that he wouldn't be a match for them. In addition, he had already achieved his goal and maintained his ranking. The third challenger was Tanlai. Lu Jinji, Tanlai said. He had been challenged by Lu Jinji before and was defeated. Now, he wanted to see if he could turn the tables. As soon as he attacked, Tanlai used his storm leg art. His legs rolled up a shocking wind and continuously attacked Lu Jinji. Lu Jinji held his sword in his hand and a green light flashed. While attacking, Tanlai also changed his style. He used his speed to circle around Lu Jinji and attack from all directions. Tanlai's method indeed brought some trouble to Lu Jinji. In the end, Lu Jinji was hit by Tanlai's kick. He was immediately suppressed and lost the ability to resist. Tanlai won, and Lu Jinji lost. The two were at the same level, so it was hard to tell who would win. The fourth battle was started by Duan Long, Yang Xiaofan. Duan Long was very direct. Up until now, Yang Xiaofan had not been challenged. Everyone was watching with their eyes wide open. Yang Xiaofan had been the #1 outer sect disciple for 2 years. During that time, he had been challenged no less than 10 times. Rumors said that he was born extraordinary, but no one knew what was so special about him. Facing Yang Xiaofan, Duan Long did not underestimate him. He slowly pulled out his blood-red longsword. His aura continued to increase, and the blood-red evil qi continued to condense. The coldness spread out from his body. Dan Yuanlong's eyes became colder and colder. On the other hand, Yang Xiaofan had his hands behind his back. That kind of calmness made everyone who saw him calm down. With a swoosh, Duan Long pulled out his sword. The blade could not be seen. Only a blood-red sword light pierced through the air. It was like a red thunderbolt. Its speed was shocking, and its power was unparalleled. Kill! A shocking evil chi swept out and rushed towards Yang Chaofan. So fast, so powerful. All of them were shocked. Duan Long's sword attack was clearly stronger than before. Chapter 973. His fingers looked like they were made of white jade and emitted a faint glow. The blood-colored sword energy was like a bolt of lightning. When it collided with the sword energy, there was the sound of metal clashing. This scene shocked everyone. His fingers were only made of flesh and blood, and they weren't wearing any weapons. However, they were able to directly collide with the sword energy without any injuries. Chunzong's eyes narrowed. His sharp eyes could clearly see the light condensing on Yang Chaofan's fingers. This was a brilliant application of qi. Yang Chaofan should have cultivated a finger sword martial art. However, many people didn't understand. Someone guessed, could this be why Yang Chaofan is so extraordinary? No, this is only a finger sword martial art that Yang Chaofan has cultivated. In our Blue Cloud sect, there are not many finger sword martial arts, only 3 of them. This is the white jade finger sword. After practicing to the Dashang stage, the finger sword will be covered with a layer of white jade, forming a protection. An outer sect elder smiled and said, "This Yang Chaofan has already cultivated the white jade finger sword to the impeccable realm. He is truly a genius." The white jade finger sword is a high-grade mortal martial art. For him to be able to cultivate it to the impeccable realm is truly shocking. Another outer sect elder sighed. Duan Long didn't frown, but he was very surprised. His opponent had used 2 fingers to block his sword. It has to be said that his sword was not an ordinary high-grade mortal weapon. Adding in his qi and sword art, it was terrifying, but he couldn't do anything to Yang Chaofan's 2 fingers. The killing intent became even stronger, and the power of his sword art increased. Each strike was stronger than the last, but they were all blocked by Yang Chaofan's finger sword. Yang Chaofan didn't even move his feet. It has to be said that although Duan Long's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm, his sword art was extremely powerful. The power of each strike was beyond the 6th layer of the Foundation realm. Ordinary 7th layer cultivators were not his match, yet he couldn't do anything to Yang Chaofan. Just how strong was Yang Chaofan? There was no way to tell. After all, what Yang Chaofan had displayed was only a portion of his strength. As for how much of his strength he had, no one knew. Not to mention, rumor had it that Yang Chaofan was born extraordinary. He had grasped the talent, but hadn't used it yet. I haven't cultivated the Blood Fiend's sword art for long. If I have more time, I might be able to beat Yang Chaofan, Duan Long said as he continued to attack. The demonic blood sword art had a cultivation method and a sword technique. Other than the demonic blood sword art, there was also the demonic blood sword. The red mist spread out in all directions, becoming thicker and thicker. The smell of blood also permeated the air. With a low shout, the surrounding red mist instantly rushed toward the sword in Duan Long's hand. A terrible red light condensed on the blood-killing sword, making the red light on the blood-killing sword even more dazzling. The sword finger broke the sky. That was the extreme condensation of genuine qi. Blood red and white, the 2 dazzling colors collided in an instant. The 2 sword lights trembled at the same time. Then, the blood-red sword light distorted and shattered, while the white sword light shook violently and dispersed. They were evenly matched. Yang Chaofan took a step forward. This was the first step he took after coming to the stage. It was as if the ground had shrunk into an inch. He appeared in front of Duan Long in an instant and pointed his white jade sword finger again. It was too fast, so fast that Duan Long did not have time to react. He could only rely on his well-honed instincts to defend himself. The white jade sword finger pointed at the blood-killing sword, and a terrifying power burst out, causing the blood-killing sword to tremble endlessly. Duan Long couldn't help but step back. He felt as if his hand holding the sword had been shattered. Another white light lit up in front of him. He broke through the air again. This blow broke through the defense of the blood-killing sword and hit Duan Long's shoulder. The blood protection genuine chi was shattered in an instant. The impact of the tyrannical force made Duan Long feel as if his shoulder had been shattered. The sharp pain quickly spread. Duan Long was injured and his strength was greatly reduced. He could no longer continue to fight and was defeated. Yang Chaofan's strength was shocking. The fifth battle was initiated by Lu Xinji. Lu Xinji had already thought of his opponent. It was Yi Shijuan, the Azure Luo sword. The Transstage Azure Radiant sword art was used. The sword disappeared, leaving only a few Azure Radiances that broke through the air and bombarded Yi Shijuan like an Azure meteor shower. He used his full strength as soon as he attacked. It was even stronger than Yi Shijuan's attack. Yi Shijuan's expression didn't change. Her tyrannical, genuine chi erupted in an instant, shocking everyone. The early 7th layer of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Yi Shijuan's cultivation had also reached the early 7th layer of the Foundation Establishment Realm. When Yi Shijuan erupted with her true cultivation, Lu Xinji knew that he was no match for her. Even so, he had to fight with all his strength. Dozens of Azure Radiances gathered and finally condensed into a single point. It was incomparably dazzling, like an azure sun. Yi Shijuan, who had activated all her genuine chi, slashed out with her sword. Countless sword chi intertwined around the sword and shattered the azure sun, sending Lu Xinji flying. Yi Shijuan won. The sixth battle was initiated by Zhang Tiequang, and he challenged Huang Tianqi. "I admit defeat," Huang Tianqi directly said. If their cultivations were the same, Huang Tianqi might not necessarily lose. However, Zhang Tiequang's cultivation had already reached the early 7th layer of the Foundation Establishment Realm. The gap between the peak of the 6th layer and the early 7th layer was not small. The 7th battle was initiated by Huang Tianqi. Huang Tianqi didn't directly speak and instead pondered. He was ranked 4th, so if he wanted to challenge someone, he would naturally challenge the top 3. However, Chunzong had defeated Zhang Tiequang, and Yi Shijuan was also at the 7th layer of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Yang Chaofan's strength was unfathomable. While pondering, Huang Tianqi knew that he couldn't beat any of them. As for challenging someone lower ranked than him, there was no need. "I forfeit," Huang Tianqi said. The 8th battle was initiated by Chunzong. Chunzong could only challenge 2 people. One was Yi Shijuan, and the other was Yang Chaofan. As for the others, there was no need to challenge them. "Yang Chaofan," Chunzong calmly said. Yang Chaofan's eyes flashed. The two stood on the martial arts stage, facing each other with a distance of 20 meters. "Do your best," Chunzong calmly said. "You're not my opponent with just your finger sword." "Not necessarily," Yang Chaofan responded. Chunzong indeed gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through him. However, it was hard to predict the results since they hadn't really fought. Moreover, Yang Chaofan had great confidence in himself. Chunzong didn't say anything and used his sword to prove his point. A jade-white sword light stretched out from his white jade finger, piercing through the sky and ruthlessly stabbing toward Chunzong. The white grand sword was unsheathed, and a green light broke through the sky and collided with the jade-white sword light. In an instant, the jade-white sword light was shattered. The tip of the sword collided with the finger sword, and an ear-piercing sound of metal echoed. Yang Chaofan's expression changed slightly. He felt like his fingers were about to be pierced and cut off. Without any hesitation, Yang Chaofan drew his sword. The sword was like an aurora, shooting out from the scabbard and directly attacking Chunzong. It was fast and accurate. Yang Chaofan's sword immediately shocked everyone. Immortal level upper grade, impeccable sword art, early 7th level of the Foundation building realm. However, Chunzong still used the green light sword art to counter. His true chi surged and filled the air. He also controlled his cultivation to the early 7th layer foundation realm, which shocked everyone. Although they were at the same cultivation, Chunzong didn't fully activate the white mist technique, so there were no signs. Even so, the purity of the white mist true qi was still terrifying and couldn't be concealed. When the blue light sword art of the martial intent realm was launched, it was in no way inferior to Yang Chaofan's high-grade, mortal-level sword art at the transformation realm. Everyone was stunned. They originally thought that Yang Chaofan was the most unfathomable one, but they didn't expect that the real unfathomable one was Chunzong, because even Yang Chaofan was suppressed. Yang Chaofan was also very surprised. He thought that first place was already in the bag, and that no one would be his opponent. He didn't expect an accident to occur. Although they were at the same cultivation, he could feel that the opponent's true qi was purer and stronger than his. This meant that the opponent's cultivation method was higher than his. He was cultivating a high-grade, mortal-level cultivation technique and had recently broken through to the 7th layer, which was the last layer of the high-grade, mortal-level cultivation technique. If the other party's Zhen Qi was purer than his, then the other party was cultivating a high-grade, mortal-level cultivation technique. Or the opponent cultivated a mortal-level upper-grade cultivation method, but had already grasped a martial intent. Although the former was surprising, it was nothing. If it was the latter, then the meaning was completely different. It had to be known that he was born extraordinary and worked very hard. So far, he hadn't grasped any martial intent. The opponent's green light sword art had clearly grasped a martial intent. If his cultivation method also grasped a martial intent. Thinking of this, Yang Chaofan's heart couldn't help but be shocked. Based on the strength that Yang Chaofan had shown, whether it was Zhang Tiequang or Yi Shijuan, they were both very clear that they were not his match. It seemed that Chunzong was even more terrifying. The inner sect elders were laughing, but the outer sect elders were even more distressed. They had missed out on a good talent. This point had led to the outer sect elders paying more attention to the outer sect disciples. They had really dug out some disciples who didn't perform well. This could be considered a positive development. After striking out with his sword, Yang Chaofan instantly retreated, leaving behind an afterimage. "You're very strong," Yang Chaofan said, staring at Chunzong with a dignified look in his eyes. "Next, I will use my full strength. Be careful." Chunzong heard this, and a smile appeared on his face. Use your full strength. What he meant was that he was going to use his innate ability. Yang Chaofan's true qi shook, and his aura soared to the sky. Soon after, a series of explosive sounds came from his body, and the crackling sound also shook out, as if there were countless electric currents wreaking havoc in his body. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.